camera looks clearer. It didn't work. What? It didn't work. Why can I have 4 guests? It didn't work. Why didn't it work? It says I can only have 2 guests. It didn't work. I got out because I wanted to use 4 guests. It didn't work. Hello? It didn't work, you guys. What the hell? What's the point? Supposed to have 4. It did not work. That sucks. Does anybody know how to do that? How do you get 4 guests? How fun would that be? Let me see if I can Google it. On my other phone. Let's see. What the hell? Yeah, I'm back. I wanted to get... You guys know what I did in like 5 minutes? I got rid of my app and I re-got it. I thought it would update, but it's not letting me have 4 people. What'd you say, Michelle? No, it's fine. I have a lot more patience today. I'm not on my period. Anyways, we'll just do 2. It's fine. I just feel bad that I got out. Let's get back in. Look, no filter. Oh my God. Ugh. We'll get back into gun debates. It's fine. Get rid of my imperfections. Dang it. I wanted to see 4 people at a time. How fun would that be? Does anyone know what her beliefs are in genuinely confused? I don't know how you could be genuinely confused. Like, why don't you just stick around? Does anyone know? I mean, go look and see how many followers I have. Go look at my content. Come back to me. Let's go, Michelle. It is what it is. Oh, the mic's not going on. Come on. Dan, do you know how to get the 4 people? I know, Dan. I realize that. Dan, do you know how to do the 4 people? Oh, it's okay. I had an argument with Haiti the other week. I don't really mind fighting with people. Like, I have 5 brothers and sisters. We fight, but we're family. It's cool. You have 0 fact-based talking points. Hey, guess what? And now, you have none. Okay? Moving on. I have no tolerance for freaking jerkles. I want to use my mic, though. God dang it. Oh, now it's back. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, I don't know how to get the 4 guests. What are you going to do? Let's get back into it.
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah.
What's up? Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, we're both mutual friends. Whenever I say hey, my dog starts barking because he thinks someone's here.
That's fine. How you doing?
It's so weird because I was commenting. I'm like, I'm back. And it was like, the shadow comment?
Yeah.
When there's a delay, I'm like, but we're both mutual. I thought it negated it. So
that's okay.
Good
What's
to
going
see
on?
You.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you want to let other people get on here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I actually was talking to a whole bunch of people and I got off because they have a new feature where you can have up to 4 people, and I thought, how awesome would that be?
I saw, and when I was doing a 4, people were like, we're now in TikTok Zoom calls.
Yeah, which is great because last year I actually did Zoom calls with you guys. You guys don't know that. I actually had a Zoom
Do
community here.
you want to try it again? Or,
yeah, I'll try it again.
I saw in your comments you were trying to get. Now it's
Yeah.
just me. Can you allow like
Yeah.
two now or?
No, it just says add up to not going to have one. It's only, let me see if I take it off. Sorry, you can come back. If I turn it on, it says add up to 2 guests. That's it. Why? What if I go to settings? You think it's in settings? Admin settings. Comment settings. Moderators. Dan is my only moderator. Comment settings. Yeah, no. Can't figure it out. Cannot figure it out. You're special, Dan. You're my special someone.
But actually, I was saying. Like,
yeah, no, I can't figure it out.
I cannot believe you took off your app and re-downloaded it. That
yeah,
was
I did.
Record time.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I know. Yeah, I did it pretty quickly, but it didn't work. So
no, I went to the bathroom. I came back, and it was like you were back.
Well, listen, maybe it's good that we only have 2 anyway. We'll figure it out.
Well, what I was saying in the comments when you had some people trolling and you didn't have a moderator, and then you said you had been trolled by people offering to be moderator. I'm like, I said, I have 300,000 followers. I'm not gonna moderate for you. Like I said, I'll moderate.
You're like, I got 300.
I'm not gonna risk my I'm not gonna risk my platform, like for if I'm like
for just a small guy like me, for someone that just has 85,000 and 1.6 million.
That's big. Well, yours is more original content, so your 80,000 or 85,000 is like 500,000.
Yeah, but I have 1.6 million likes.
See, there you go. And mine is more like curating content, so it's not as original as your content.
I wish I could be like a happy, fluffy person and just talk about real estate and like makeup and like, I don't know, happy things. That's not my niche. Apparently, that's not what the world wants from me. I believe what is your niche?
The 80s, like 80s.
That's what's up.
I'm a 45-year-old gay man who is stuck in the 80s.
I love it. I was born in 85, so I'm right along with you. You might have been older than me in the 80s, but that's when I was born.
I was actually talking earlier today to a couple black daters.
Yeah.
That because
I'm not black. My pronoun is white. I'm just kidding.
With your teeth.
It was a joke.
Your fucking teeth are white, honey.
Okay.
They are really good.
My kids tell me, Mommy, you are white. Your hair is white. I'm like, nah, that's not how we do that. But go ahead.
With everything that's been going down over the Christmas with like, Tizzy, and I don't even want to say the name to get that bad vibes in here. But before that, I was just thinking white people should stay in their lane, like the allies.
Sometimes. Sometimes. Listen, I don't think white people should be silent. I think most white people, and I'm around nothing but white people my whole life, okay? I've been called I'm whitewashed because due to proximity, that's just what I'm around. And I don't think it's that we want, or I'm just speaking for myself. I just think some white people are incapable of accepting feedback because they automatically think that they're being blamed. They automatically think that it's their fault the way that the system is.
Or they go to white savior mode.
I like white saviors. I can't get enough of them, to be honest. Why wouldn't we want that? We needed the white saviors during the Underground Railroad. Didn't we?
For me,
we needed it. No, it's not. It's white people getting sick and tired of racism in our country. They want to move forward. And Gen Z kids are even worse. Okay, for instance, I just said this yesterday. On my birthday, December 4th, I went out by myself because my man doesn't drink with me. So I went out by myself, had a few drinks. And a guy, handicapped white dude, was vet drunk, wasted. And the bartender didn't want to give him a drink. So he ended up getting upset. He was drunk. And he called the bartender, who's white, the N-word. And I'm the only black girl always, for some reason. Dude, just where I live. I'm always the only black girl, in the room. And so as soon as he said the N-word, I'm used to the N-word. I don't use it. I don't think I have an N-word. So when he said it didn't really affect me none. But this white girl, a bartender, went off.
I mean, she went from cute to
Yeah.
homie. Don't play that real quick. I've never. You ever see a white girl from Connecticut or New York or New Jersey get pissed?
Right.
Most of them have like an Italian background. You don't want to mess with them. I mean, she was about
Right.
to stab the freaking guy in the freaking toe with a fork. She was
Well,
liviated.
that's in the
And
moment.
to me, that was the savior because I even had to tell her, I said, girlfriend, calm down. I'm not offended because I am not that. But she's like, no, it's just the whole point. Like, I'm just like embarrassed. Like, she was
Right.
embarrassed because, it's a white person doing that. She couldn't believe that happened. So we needed a white savior from the beginning. We need a white savior now. There ain't nothing wrong
But
with white people being
I
aggressive for love.
and
I love it.
please don't equate
You can believe what you
race
want. I just,
to
we just don't agree on
what
that.
I have. But like as a gay man, and I'm not saying to equate or there's no tit for tat here.
All right.
Totally different. But as a
Yeah.
gay man, I appreciated my straight allies. They were always amazing. But at the end of the day, they got to go and live their straight lives and be with their husbands and wives.
Yeah,
And
but so
and
if
I
they're fighting for
just
if they're fighting for equality, if they're fighting for the same
yeah,
things that you want, then they're allies.
right.
I mean,
But
the
they're
LGBTQI should be paying them. I mean, to be honest. Hi, go ahead.
Hi.
hey.
So I just hopped on here and I saw what you guys were talking about. And based on what you said, sir, I am dating a cisgender male. I identify as pansexual. Um,
Wait, what's pan
my
again?
pronouns.
Yeah, please. I'm gay and
What's pan again?
I get it confused.
So pansexual for me, and I don't mind explaining this or explaining who I am. I'm not private about it.
Just
at
real
all.
quick,
Yeah, I accept the person for who they are. It does not matter what genitalia they have or what genitalia they choose to have. It does not matter to me.
Right. So you fall in love with a person, regardless
Exactly.
regardless
And
of
based
anything.
on
That's
my boyfriend being supportive of the LGBT, we have gone to pride parades in different cities. We go to LGBT clubs. We go to gay clubs. All that stuff. He is super accepting of everyone and everything as they are.
good.
good. Yeah, as everyone should be.
And he's
Yeah.
he's the straight guy that if he sees a guy just sitting in the corner of the bar, whether they're straight or not, he would literally go up to that person and be like, "Hey, you want to dance?"
That's what's up.
Yeah.
So are you for like
Yeah.
I'll do this background. Sorry, I just get bored with these backgrounds.
I hate that span. Like
I'm actually going to. I just sold a
I
house,
am
so
that background is so tired, hun.
And
I'm going
to ask me any questions you guys want. I
I'll
am
just
not a super private person, so.
So your boyfriend is straight,
Cisgender straight male, correct?
and
she's pansexual.
you're a cis pansexual straight
Correct.
woman.
Correct.
And you guys choose to socialize more
I'll be
with
back.
people
Keep
who
talking.
are not cis, maybe non-binary or
Oh, absolutely. We are just accepting of the human race as it is. However someone chooses,
Right.
That's what we accept. We do not discriminate.
Well, what I was saying to Andrea is, I've seen a lot of allies for the person of color movement and for equal rights and the BLM who may not be. I could see something that maybe it's not as genuine and maybe it's self-promoting or narcissism to support a community and not listen to the community. Now, Andrea, as a Black woman, we need to sit back and listen to her. And she says, well, I don't experience this or that, or yes, I do. That's really key in us moving forward.
Absolutely.
And we're never going to get to where in my lifetime I don't ever see it. But
The acceptance of feedback is what Robin DiAngelo was saying. The fragility is the issue, just pertaining to anything pertaining to societal issues. The failure to acknowledge certain aspects of injustice, protect it from examination and hold it in place. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So the failure to acknowledge, like for instance, in the LGBTQI community, which is what I want to talk about. And like I said, I'm a cis woman, but I've dabbled in the park and played for a while and came back and swang. Okay. I've skipped in the park is what I'm saying, but I just go home.
Valid, girl.
Okay. So, that's why I like this. I highlighted the hell out of this book because I think it could be applied in so many ways.
Which book is it?
This is White Fragility, and this is my favorite societal book. I have multiple here. How to be an anti-racist, which I haven't finished. I only got through one chapter with you guys. I usually do like to read with you guys, but we get so caught up into our thoughts that we don't really get to read.
Right.
But yeah, I bought this book for us to talk about, but I just haven't. I got one chapter in, and found so much just in the chapter. The book Justice that I'm trying to get into, stamps from the beginning, blah blah blah. But I find no matter what societal books I read, this one is just amazing. And the fact that Ben Shapiro, any far right thinker, thinks that this book is he called it a cult manual. You have got to be out your rabbit mind.
Okay, let me buy it then.
No,
Hold up.
You should read this book. Yeah.
So the last name Shapiro.
When I do that, I'm
Shapiro.
I don't want. I'm respecting your life. I'm not gonna.
Oh, what did you say?
A cigarette.
So the last name.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this. The last name Shapiro is ethnically and stereotypically Jewish.
Yo, yeah, no, Ben Shapiro is definitely Jewish.
So, and
He wears a yarmulke on his thing. So.
If I can explain one thing in this moment, I was raised Jewish. Okay. And I'm going to say I disconnected myself because I do not believe in all the beliefs that Judaism agrees with. So
which beliefs did you not?
Oh, well, that's religion. But I don't. I know you want to get. I want to be careful not to be anti-Semitic here. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
And so I am Jewish. I am ethnically Jewish, not religiously. So if anyone is going to be anti-Semitic, don't come at these lovely people. You can debate it.
Please.
I am protecting you and you at all costs. If I am bringing up Judaism, y'all come to me, not them.
But what I want to say is
black people don't need protecting.
Are these nice?
Well, we do though. But I'm going to tell you right now, we do.
Sorry, Andrea, real quick. Are we ninth graders debating? No, we are full adults that are debating very genuine topics of the United States as well as the whole globe.
Absolutely.
We're actually not debating. We're having a discussion.
We're having
absolutely.
What you're saying, you counterpoint.
What I want to say is this: African American people are, to me, just special because of all the things that we've gone through in this country and all these things that we overcome and continue to do so. I feel I grew up on an island, Hawaii. 50th state of America, by the way. I don't know why. Messing with Obama with his freaking birth certificate because 50th state of America. But growing up around like a whole bunch of Asian people, I never really got to tap into my own culture till I moved here 12 years ago. And as an adult, I've been culture shocked. But I have the ability to see different perspectives though, because I'm culturally inclined. I lived in an island most of my life. I'm a military brat and been around majority white people, and my family's black. I can't say that I've lived in a large populated black neighborhood ever, but I don't live far from one. And I'm black, so who cares? I wear it on my face. So at the same token, I because I'm culturally inclined, I have the ability to see both sides, and I have the ability to be non-biased. So when I tell you that I'm probably I'm the best person to talk about this subject because I can look at black people in the face and say, stop, like freaking stop. Like who cares to talk about black on black crime? We've got to talk about black on black crime. Like I don't care. Right. It's a problem, and white people need to talk about white on white crime. You know what I'm saying? Because mass shootings are being done mostly with white people killing white people. It's freaking sad. So, but what I want to say on that note, we do need your hero because there's just not enough of us due to our population less than 13% of the population. I think it's like 12.6 or something like that.
Here's the
There's
thing
not there's not enough of us.
Okay, as an African American woman, do you mind if I ask you something personal about?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I've talked to you before, by the way. So yeah.
Okay. So my brother, he's my half sibling, right? We have the same mom but different dads. He is half white and half black. How is the best way for me? He's 12 years old, so I'm gonna tell you the age. Just because I'm a white female, I was raised and adopted in a white household, so I have no idea what it's like.
Yeah.
Being half black, half white, and I will never pretend to know what it's like. How can I best support him giving his ethnicity? I'm gonna put it that way.
Right. So he's biracial. I have biracial kids, and I would say don't make him choose. Don't let him choose.
Okay.
He's not black and he's not white. He's biracial, and I think letting him find his own identity is very imperative. I mean, there are some biracial people that do lean more left or right pertaining to who they want to identify with, but let him understand that no matter what, that you accept him no matter what, and that he doesn't have to choose. Society is going to try to, and maybe you can explain to him that society is going to make you choose, especially because he's a man. In this country here in America, if you are half white, they still consider you as an African American male. This is what they do.
Right.
So
I guess I'm sorry to keep it.
Unless you're passing.
No, it's okay. Oh yeah. My daughter's passing. My daughter is really very white. She's blue eyes, blonde hair, actually purple now. And she tells me that she's 14. Mom, I'm not choosing, and it's insulting because she looks more white. But it's like, but you got to be pro-black. Love who you are. So, but she's just like, she doesn't see color, so it's a problem with her.
If I can say this, it's really hard because our biological mother, again, he has a different dad. Our biological mother passed away in 2011, so he doesn't know any other mother than his stepmom, right? It's really hard to explain, and I'm about to cry about this. I think that.
No. Listen, and if someone say, F doesn't see color. Hold on. My child, I have to address this comment because you don't talk about my children, please. Do not talk about my kid because I'll bring her over here where you can't see her face and she'll tell you to your face. That's what I'm saying. You cannot make them choose. When I say my daughter doesn't see color, I'm not saying a white person who's living in a society and is ignoring the fact that there are black people. I'm saying that my daughter is black. She is white, and she's not choosing to see anybody for anything other than who they are.
Okay, Andrea, that is not what I'm saying. I feel like, so I'm going to try to explain this just from me perceiving my brother's family, because he has a different family than I do. I feel like my brother's stepmom has a perception of, I'm going to African American people, black people, whatever you want to say. I feel like his stepmom has a different perception other than his biological father of the black community.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like his stepmom is accepting of her black husband.
Yeah.
But not the black community as a whole.
Yeah, I get that.
So
I get that.
For my younger brother, within the aspect of just finding who he is as a 12-year-old and kind of excluding his stepmother's opinion on the race culture when she has no opinion because she is white.
I think you have an opportunity at this point to mother your brother.
Okay.
And you can do that. Not to say that you're his mom, but to be an influencer of mother-like, characteristics. There's nothing wrong with you telling your brother, hey, listen, I want to talk to you for a second. Especially at this tender age. Because when they get older, they don't listen to you. And when he's 14, he's not gonna listen to anybody. He's gonna figure it out himself.
Exactly.
So get him now. Have a conversation with him. Look him in his eye. And I think it's most important because America's gonna see him as a black man. It doesn't matter. Women are different. Mariah Carey.
This is the perfect example. Of
you know what I'm saying?
As a white man, to step back and say, "Stay in my lane." You guys discuss that.
His white
okay.
I'm out.
But
is brainwashing.
But to be silent is to be complicit.
No.
I agree.
No. But don't think that you, as a white man, I'm going to come up and stand up and be the savior for black people. No. We need to listen and learn I think you got a call, so it put you on a temporary mute.
Andrea is a doll. She is an amazing person. She gets a lot of calls and a lot of support. So.
But when I was went to go follow you, I was like, I'm already, and then I realized you're following me, and I was like, When you said you were like raised in Hawaii, I lived in my 20s on the Big Island, and then we moved from the Big Island over to Waikiki. On
that's where I'm from. Rep.
I used to live on Nahua in the you know where right Kalakaua and Nahua in Waikiki, like right around the corner from the Jack in the Box.
Oh, Jack in the Box, Jack in the Crack. Yeah, I used to sit there and wait for people fighting, and you know, I'm true island. So let me tell you something. If you ever go to Hawaii, you'll understand this.
It was.
Do you have to go?
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I actually have to head out, but Andrea, do you mind if I talk to you about some things like in this concept privately about my younger brother?
Of course, absolutely, anytime. I will
definitely message you. So, and you guys.
Yeah, of course. You too. Always here for you, love.
Andrea, I seriously have to say that I love what you do. I pop.
Thank you.
All the time. We have talked.
Thank you, babe.
Before.
Yes. Yeah.
Keep doing you.
Thank you, babe. Okay, come back and we'll talk. All right. Bye. Aloha. Bye.
Yeah, exactly.
Bye.
I'll tell you the quick story.
Dollface.
Lip.
Yeah.
Jack in the Crack right there on Kalakaua.
Oh, of course. Yep.
I was coming out. It was like 1 a.m. I had 2 bags of food, and this big Samoan guy just ran up and rocked me.
Oh, yeah.
The lip.
That's what happens.
Split it open.
Yep.
But
that's what happens sometimes. It's a problem.
Here's the thing. The guy said, his friend said, "Wrong, bro."
Wrong brother.
The guy that was coming out behind, or that was going to be behind me, was the one that was supposed to.
You know what? And I never approved of that. I never approved of the locals doing that ever. My mom actually sued.
Cops were right there. They arrested them.
Yeah, but they're not going to do nothing. Oh, did they get arrested?
Yeah. Well,
good. Good. I thought they're not going to do nothing. They're not going to do nothing, Holocaust. They're not going to do nothing.
They took me over to the Queens, to the medical center, and the ER doctor.
I'm sorry that happened to you. I grew up in Waikiki. That's my home. Yeah. Tusitala Street. Can't wait to come back. As soon as the pandemic's over, I'm gonna visit my mom. I have to say though, the asteroid. Oh, my friend left. They're talking about an asteroid headed towards Earth, and all the islands are gonna be like gone. And I do contemplate, should I go home if the world was gonna end like that? I don't know. That's a problem. Anyways, we're kind of losing people. Should I get off and get back on later? I don't know. My fiance's not gonna be home till 12. That's the person that called me. I wanted to talk about gun control. I lost most people that were on here pertaining to gun control, which is so sad. It's okay. Because I wanted to talk about these kids that nobody wants to talk about. Okay. We had such a nice crew here, and I got off to get the 4 people. But do you see, even with 2 people, it seems like a lot. I don't know. I think gun control is what? Hello.
What up?
What did you say? I think gun control will bring people back. I just think it's going to save lives. What's up? What are you here for? Yep, just the coins. If you're not into politics, just get off. I just think that gun control is going to save lives. Even one gun off the streets, after the wrong hands, could save lives. Having stricter laws and things of that nature. Hey, what do you do here since you're here while you're getting your coins?
Nothing. I just started going live to try to battle people and
have a good time, right? I agree that we should do buyback. The buyback program has been proven to work. We're doing it in my state. It's a great idea. If I could, once I'm the face of gun control, I'd mark let's say an AR-15 for like $5,000, $5,000. Yep. sure anybody could use that money towards something positive. Okay, no questions asked. You can come through. Just drop your AR-15 off. I'll give you $5,000. That could save like 30 kids' lives. I would collect those for that. Yep. I mean, could you imagine? I mean, $5,000 could be something for like down to that could be like a deposit on a condo, maybe a down payment on a car, or maybe something go to your saving or feed your family. How many people would like out people for the guns? Having a money rewarding system pertaining to the buyback program, I think would be very imperative, and it'll put money into our society. You know what I mean? Imagine like little Tracy. You give me your gun because you're a criminal and you're mentally ill, and I'll give you money to go get help. Okay? And we're not going to leave it alone. We're going to attach counselors. We're going to have psychologists, all that, I just don't want people to get the idea that I don't think that tackling the core of the issues, which is mental illness and criminals getting the gun. I don't want anybody to ever think that I don't want to do something for that if I had the power. But what I think is because our guns are so out of control that we need to get really, really serious about them. And that means like very, very strict. I mean, I would sweep our country with, just really strict laws. You cannot get through me. Okay. Cause I would make sure that if I had all the money that I would need, I would make sure that, gun surveillance, programs are enacted everywhere. Okay. And what does that entail? Maybe veterans, that can do some investigation, police in the town. People are going to get ratted on, but, if you want to break the law and steal and do all that, that's fine, but you're not going to do it with the gun. You're not going to do it with the gun because, to go into a grocery store, there's going to be gun detectors before you even get to the side, so, it's going to feel like we're all in prison for a little bit, but once our guns are under control, then, you'll have to go through a stricter process, and then we'll give it to you back. If you're breaking the law, you don't get to get your gun. I think there should be a mandated shopping for people that are misusing the gun. I think that somebody should be able to go to your house whenever they want. They'll give you a 30-day notice, and we're gonna pop through. And if your gun is, in the wrong place at the wrong time, then you don't get to have your guns. Okay, so I just think these programs need to be enacted as soon as possible. Okay. That will happen. Governor never would allow to give back. Well, then I would suggest that people don't live around there and don't pump money into that governor's hands. It's a problem. If you can mandate vaccines in Chicago, then you can mandate gun restrictions. Just my opinion. Need to close the loopholes, strict punishments for straw purchasers, and etc. Brain SWP. Thank God for you. Absolutely. That's huge. That needs to be done ASAP. I agree. Gun owners be held liable. Absolutely. Gun owners need to be held liable, especially these parents that are training and giving these kids access to these very deadly weapons, lethal deadly weapons, that are massively killing our other children that have nothing to do with the guns, that are vulnerable in gun-free zone areas. Yep. Do you think that the current laws are enforced? No, I don't. I don't think that they are at all, especially in these high crime cities. I think these cops are terrified, and maybe they're a part of the crime, or they just want nothing to do with it. They're like, hey, go kill each other. Who cares? They don't care. So, yeah, no, I don't think they're being enforced. The laws are there, but they're not being enforced. Yeah, I agree with the parents also. Yep, they need to be held accountable. It's a problem. So since it's just us, I'm gonna liberal cities. It don't matter. Liberal cities, democratic cities, it's literally plaguing every city. And I just had this conversation last time I was here. Why create new laws when your current are not enforced by the DA? Because I think that they could be stricter, okay? Which would make less repeat offenders, hopefully. Having these restrictions would allow for it to be a little bit difficult to get a gun. I mean, matter of fact, it's just like too easy. You know what I'm saying? So let me just take this moment and turn up the gain and just talk to you guys real quick. You guys can talk to each other or come here and talk to me. But like I said, every 2 hours and 36 minutes, a child or teen is killed. So since I've been doing this with you guys, a child or teen has died. So sad. After years of congressional inaction, a growing number of children are paying with their lives. In 2019, 3,371 American children and teens were killed with guns, enough to fill more than 168 classrooms of 20. Child and teen gun deaths hit a 19-year high in 2017 and have remained elevated since. In 2019, 9 children and teens were killed with guns each day in America, one every 2 hours and 36 minutes. Guns killed more children and teens than cancer, pneumonia, influenza, asthma, HIV, AIDS, and opiates combined. While mass shootings grabbed fleeting public and policymakers' attention, routine gunfire took the lives of more children and teens every week than the Parkland, Sandy Hook, and Columbine massacre combined. So the mass shootings are even worse. Since 1963, nearly 193,000 children and teens have been killed with guns on American soil, more than 4 times the number of U.S. soldiers killed in action in the Vietnam, Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, and Iraq wars combined. Shamefully, gun deaths reflect only part of the devastating toll of Americans' growing gun violence epidemic. Many more children and teens are injured than killed.
Mommy,
What?
I'm hungry.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're going to bed because guess what? You better go get yourself some muffins because it's way past your bedtime. Go lay down. I'm telling you, these kids gotta go back to school. So for every child and teen fatally shot, another 5 suffered non-fatal gunshot wounds. So there's even more kids getting injured, but they don't die. So it doesn't seem as extreme, but we should talk about them too. An estimated 16,644 children and teens were injured with guns in 2018, one every 32 minutes. Gun violence affects all children, but children of color, boys, and older youth are at greater risk. Okay? Black children and teens had the highest gun death rates in 2019 per 100,000. Followed American Indians, Indian, Alaska Native children and teens. Although black children and teens made up only 14% of all children and teens in 2019, they accounted for 43% of the child and teen gun deaths. See how extreme that is? Black children and teens were 4 times more likely to be killed with guns than their white peers. This is what I be talking about. 86% of children and teens who died from gunfire in 2019 were boys. So it's like a specific type of people that are dying from this gun. Boys were 6 times more likely than girls to die in gun homicides. Black boys were 18 times more likely to be killed in gun homicides than white boys. I wonder why is that? 85% of child and teen gun deaths occurred among 15 to 19-year-olds. But infants and toddlers were far from immune. Guns killed more preschoolers than law enforcement officers in the line of duty. In 2019, 86 children under 5 were killed with guns compared with 51 law enforcement officers in the line of duty. That's a problem. No child is safe in a nation with easy access to deadly weapons, even before the pandemic. And by the way, I'm reading childrensdefense.org. No child is safe in the nation with easy access, this is what we've been talking about, to deadly weapons, even before the pandemic drove up fear and gun sales. There were too many firearms in our homes and streets, and a shocking number were sold without background checks. So that's the loose gun laws that we're talking about. So you think we could fix that? What'd you say? So if we fix gang violence, 50% of the gun deaths would be sliced. But you can't just do gun violence. Like you can't just do gang related. It's really a lot of ways people are dying from the gun. So to just focus on gang would be disingenuous. Where are all these so-called good guys with guns during these mass shootings. Exactly, Brian. I think we align on that point. And I say that all the time. They want to talk about all the guns that save people's lives. Where are you when these kids are dying? Okay. So as of 2015, American civilians own 393 million firearms. There's only 300,000 people in Hawaii. You understand how many guns there are? Where are the mass shootings happening? Well, Columbine, Sandy Hook, randomly, anywhere. Las Vegas Strip. I swear to God, if I ever did a trivia about mass shootings, I'd probably get it. I'd be like, oh, like on Road Rules, I would like anything pertaining to the guns. I'd probably be great at that one. Where are the kids' family when they are dying? At home. More guns than people dying. Yep, absolutely. Most mass shootings happen in urban areas. That's not true, Garrett. That's not true. Where are the mass abortions happening? It doesn't matter. We're not talking about abortion. We're talking about gun violence. Let's not deflect. Gun-free zones. Good guys can't carry in gun-free zones. This whole binary good gun versus bad gun is just bullcrap. Okay, these kids are dying because of just guns. Period. If you just fix Chicago, it would be 35% of nationwide gun deaths. That's actually very false. Chicago isn't even the number one city plaguing gun violence. And I just went over this. Chicago is not the only city. Please do your homework. So, done with the kids thing. If that didn't touch your heart, I don't know what will. Top 10 cities... gun violence. And I'm doing this again. There's just so many articles about gun violence. Top 10 cities. Wait, hold on. These maps are ridiculous. I don't like this map. I need this 2005. This is 2019. I need another one. They need to update their freaking data as well. Let me see here. So I'm at the Statista.com. It looks like statistics, but it's Statista.com. Memphis, Tennessee. What year is this? Rate and murder and non-negligent manslaughter in leading U.S. Metropolitan areas with populations greater than 250. We got Tennessee as the highest one. Then New Orleans. Tennessee, MSAR. And then New Orleans, Louisiana. Someplace in L.A., Flint, Michigan. Come on, bro. This is metro areas. In 2020, the Memphis, Tennessee metro area recorded the highest homicidal rates of U.S. cities with a population of 250,000 at 24.2 homicides per 100,000 residents. However, homicide data was not recorded in all U.S. metro areas, meaning that there may be some cities with higher homicidal rates. St. Louis, which had a murder and a non-negligent manslaughter rate of 14.3 in 2020, the second largest city by population in Missouri. It is home to many famous blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's not Chicago. So, what are you even talking about? Please explain to me. I believe right now it's Alabama that's like plagued with gun violence. Let's see. FBI data, Kansas City ranks in top 10 of highest violent crime rates. That's not Chicago. So why the overused vehicle of Chicago? I mean, obviously Chicago is one of the competing states, but it's not like the worst. Okay. So this is a good article. I try to give you guys some information so you guys don't just hear me in my freaking opinion. I get my opinion off of the stuff that I read. And that's it. He said, I grew up in Chicago. Hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine and you. I'm fine and you. Please don't hurt it so bad. I just told him, this is like my 5th match. He donated the dub because it was my first win. But don't hurt us. We working on it.
Okay. Well, I am a political commentator, so if you're not into something so serious as talking about like gun control, I'm going to bore you. But we're in the middle of deep conversations. But just press the match and I'll match you.
Let me see.
What did you say?
It won't even show me match. It usually be right in the middle of the screen.
Oh yeah, I know. I don't see it either. Well, it says invite the host to match. I just invited you, but
it's not.
You're not getting it. Maybe I'm just not it. Sorry, man. She had to find an article she liked. Actually, Dealmaker. What are you even talking about? You're just making things up. It's increased, and why wouldn't I not find an article that I like? I haven't even read the article. I just read the title. BU.edu on gun violence. I mean, stop being weird.
What are we talking about today?
We're back. We're talking about gun control. I'm just trying to give pumping more data pertaining to the subject so people know that I'm not making things up. But we've talked about a lot of things. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, it's your life, baby.
There you go. All right. So the reason why I like this, it says increase because a lot of people make excuses on why it plagues certain neighborhoods and things like that. So let's see what it says. Mass shootings like the ones that killed eight at a spa and a massage parlor in Atlanta last month and 10 at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado, just days later are a fraction of the nation's gun deaths. If that's good news, here's the bad. As COVID-19 spreads across the United States, last year murder spiked 21%. And that's a 1-year record. So like I continue to tell everybody, gun violence is on the rise. It's rising. It's not getting better. So doing nothing is not an option. For Americans.
So what should we do?
Oh, there's so much that we could do. First, we have got to restrict them. I think we could make a huge, dent into gun violence by, one, education. Okay. We've got to get more people like me on board with bringing forth education towards communities. I want to see signs. I want to see people marching. I want to see people upset of our children dying. Second leading cause. Oh, that's so cool. Is that a real tattoo of a butterfly?
It ain't fake.
That's awesome. That's cool. It's just so big. And it looks like it's like painful. I didn't know if like maybe it was like a like the Indian people do the henna. But no, that looks like it hurt. Anyway, where was I? So depending on who's counting was cause for celebration, while last year murder rate was far below in the early 90s. So it's like peaky. So I think like what I've been trying to do, especially because homicidal rates are affecting Black men and Black boys at higher rates than other genders and other races. So just creating a new culture saying that we're not going to kill each other anymore. Just that, like we don't kill each other. The new street code is we don't kill each other. Making that a normalization. And with that said, that can implement the opposite use of needing a gun. You don't need a gun if you're not killing people with a gun. You understand? So, having people influence is important. The buyback program, meaning I'll give you money for your gun. Because that gun out of a felon's hand or a mentally ill person's hand can save somebody's life. So, especially like AR-15s, like making it a hot commodity. I mean, I try to, cell phones sell really quick on the Facebook market. Whenever I have a cell phone and I upgrade my phone, I sell it, it's gone. I have an iPhone right now. I pay $800 for it. I have like 30 people trying to buy it for 250 or 300. You know, so the mere fact you make it worth something. And with no questions asked can save lives. So the buyback program, you know, making sure felons before they leave jail or with their probation officers or whatever they got going on, they need to be registered. And I think creating associations within certain towns, especially with high gun violence rates, make sure that they can't live there. I'm sorry. If you have a gun related felony, you cannot live near a school, which is on the 16th block of a township. Okay? You can't live there. Sorry. Go live somewhere else. You break the law, you're a felon, you can't be near my kids, right? And then for the mental illness, if you are registered in a school and you're displaying mental illness or you have a background of mental illness, you have to be watched at high rates. There's been so many cases that I've read, like Nick Cruz, who shot up a school, now plead guilty, where they were, and even in Oxford High School, Michigan.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because then we are putting people that do suffer from mental illness in a weird box. You know what I'm saying? So, sure, people that shoot up schools and do terrible things obviously have to suffer from some form of mental illness. However, not everybody with mental illness does heinous crimes like that. You feel me?
That's true. So, but they need to be monitored. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I think kinda, because it's a double-edged sword. Because yes, it might help if they are monitored. However, on the same token, I feel like they could be targeted in a way. I don't. There's already so much stigma on people with.
I think we should leave it up to the. Yeah, I agree. I know where you're going with this, and I love that you're passionate, because I love the kids, all kids, even kids that are mentally ill. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm a parent. I have one in high school, middle school, and elementary school. If your kid is dealing with mental illness pertaining to behavioral issues, then if they're displaying erratic behavior, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I guess if it's
right, specifically, like, I'm not talking about somebody with like Asperger's or something like that. I'm talking about somebody who is being reported of being an aggressor in one way or form or another. And Nick Cruz, I believe one of his friends even told on him and said that he was having like these thoughts of using this gun and stuff like that. I think that you shouldn't be allowed to have a gun in your house if your kids are dealing with any type of mental illness on a behavioral level. Okay. Guns should not be allowed in that house. I'm not saying you can't have a gun, but it shouldn't be allowed in the house, and it should not you should not be able to give access with it. And also, to make the law stricter, I do believe that you should have a limited amount of guns. Other countries like Norway have made it very restrictive. Like, you can't have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 types of guns in your house. Okay,
I'd agree with that.
I mean, one is good enough, and the style, it matters. I mean, okay, so you're a hunter. Keep those guns on hunting grounds. They should not be in your home. Why do you have a gun in your home? Because you want to protect yourself? I think that you should get maybe a revolver with a few bullets allowed. I don't think you need 30 bullets in your house. I'm sorry. So just make it. Listen, later when we get our guns under control, we can loosen up a little bit. Under control, we got to tighten up a bit. That's all I'm saying.
I guess I wouldn't disagree with everything you said. I do think that some of your ideas could lead to maybe discrimination against a certain group, but
well, I hate to bring it to you, but like, I don't mind discriminating my people pertaining to the guns, and I don't, because what I've seen is my people become complete.
Who?
Thing is, Black people are driving. Gun
girl, it ain't the Black people that's shooting up schools. So what do you mean by that?
Okay, so literally, here I can pull it up. Black men and specific boys are dying. Okay, not the perpetrator. I'm not talking about the perpetrator, the person shooting. I'm talking about just like Black men are just dying at high rates, homicidal rates. Could be mostly could be gang violence, things like that in inner cities. This is an anomaly. I live in Connecticut. Bridgeport, Connecticut, which is like 20 minutes from me, is one of the top cities of gun violence. You know, I don't want them to have guns. I don't want guns near my people, especially near these children. I don't care about your excuses. I don't really care about you thinking that I'm not discriminating you. I'm Black. You know,
Okay.
I don't want the guns in our community.
But then you got to be careful with your words, because your exact words was, "I don't mind discriminating against my people."
No,
that was your exact word.
I was just making a point. You saying discriminating what? Discriminating what? Bringing up the truth about Black people that were killing each other at high rates. What's discriminating about that? There's no discriminating. That's just telling the truth. And what I find is that our people become so fragile when people talk about the gun violence that's due to our proximity. See how I did that? But I mean, really, that's just Black on Black crime, though. It really is. But if you want to make it nice,
well, first off, there's no such thing as Black on Black crime. Crime is crime.
Yeah, but listen, that is actually the more that I learn about it and the rates, that's just like really like it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Black people are killing each other. Black people are killing other Black people. And they're doing
and white people are killing white people. Asian people are killing. Okay. So if you don't, okay. So I hear you on that. Okay, if you're okay, I agree you on that.
You want to know why? I hear you on that. I have an emphasis on Black people because that's where I want to help out the most, because that's where we are affected the most. That's where we're underfunded in these cities.
Agreed.
And for centuries, we there's reasons why our communities are the way that they are. So I want to help out more so there. You know, in these schools where mass shootings are happening here in Connecticut, it happened. Sandy Hook, not too far from me. It happened. It's in a place called Sandy Hook. It's a beautiful town. Beautiful.
Yes.
And guess what? People still want to move there. It's still, the market value of the houses are still up. I just drove through there and I was like, oh my God, this place is gorgeous. It's like country. I'm talking beautiful colonial, huge houses. Okay. The town of Sandy Hook was, my point is this, the town of Sandy Hook was not affected. And there were children the same age as my kids that were dead in a classroom.
But see, now you're going back and forth, because I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. However, Sandy Hook was a Caucasian guy that went into elementary school. You were just speaking 45 seconds ago about quote unquote black on black crime. So which one are we talking about? Are we talking about school shootings, or are we talking about crime in the Black community?
We're talking about,
or are we talking about, or which one?
So I am a gun control. I talk about all of it. But when I'm talking about Black people killing Black people, I'm talking about homicide.
Okay.
It's not that white people don't do homicide. It's just we do it at a greater, higher level. There's more homicidal rates within the Black community than there are in the white community. They're not doing homicidal rates at higher rates. They're not. They are doing more so other things, like suicide. Suicide is not plaguing the
suicide
community.
Affects every fucking race, every single race.
Right, exactly, but not as high as it does the white community. 72%. So let's just put it like this. Women are not plagued by the gun, white or Black.
Okay, women, so are we focusing on race, or are we focusing on gun violence? Because
this is what you know what I'm saying. You're incapable of understanding that the way to tackle gun control, because I've been doing this a lot more frequently than I think that you have. I have to say. So you have to give me a chance, because there's a lot of information that I'm like throwing at you right now. In order to tackle gun control, you have to know what the problem is. So you have to look at every factor.
So are you saying the problem is Black people? Is that what I'm picking? Am I sponging what you spilling?
Well, you just completely twisted my words, but it's okay. I want you to understand that I am a African American woman.
I see you.
I'm Black. And
I see you.
With that, I would be disingenuous if I didn't want to focus on fixing my people as a priority. I am in real estate and I travel in every town in my state and I help out the Black community because these people are not helping. I have agents come up to me. I'm the only Black woman in my whole agency with over 100 people. Look up the population of Bridgeport and New Haven County. They don't want to go to these towns. And they come up to me and tell me this, and this is why I'm going to be a broker this year. They come up to me and say, you go to those cities? They are willing to pay me $30 a house. And so I get my side money because they don't want to go to these cities or these towns. They pay me. I risk my life to go in these high crime areas and I don't have a gun because I walk in the power of God and I'm not scared of my people. I don't care how aggressive they be at me. They be coming at me too. I don't care. So when I'm saying Black on Black crime, I'm not saying it in a attacking way or targeting way. When I'm saying this in predominant dwelled neighborhoods with Black people and just statistically, homicide is a problem. I mean, since I can't even, and I told my mom about you too, because you
there are so a couple things
I
here.
can't even watch the news because every day, and my man works he's a correctional officer. He's in jail. He's supposed to be out right now. They told him he's got to be in until 12. My man's not going to come home from the jail, which is 10 minutes away from us, because he has to do overtime every day. I mean, I don't even look at the news. There's so many gun shootings. And it's Black people killing Black people. Is that not Black on Black crime?
Well, okay. And I'm gonna just say this, and maybe I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Don't ever call yourself crazy.
Yeah. Okay. So, I think that the Black on Black crime needs to be taken out of your vocabulary. Now, I do think that. Because you don't say white on white crime. You don't say Asian on Asian crime. You don't say why is Black on Black crime a label? Why can't it just be homicidal rates, homicidal crimes, or something like that?
White people doing it. It's not white people doing it. It's not Asian people doing it. It's Black people doing it.
So white people don't shoot each other? You've never heard of?
Listen, okay, I'll let you talk. No, they are, but they're not doing it at the rate we're doing it.
Okay, so go ahead and let the other guests.
So to answer your question real quick, is the media and most organizations that do a lot of the crime stuff break things into demographics based on race, because that's how they were taught to break it into, like Black on Black crime, Black on Asian crime, white on white crime, white on Black crime, and they break it into racial demographics. It's been going that way since the 60s, and I don't see them changing that. Second, I just wanted to, and I'll just jump in and jump out. I'm a social working major. I deal in inner cities and I deal mostly with veterans, but one of the things that I wanted to say was that some of the biggest gun control is in Chicago, but Chicago is known as the murder capital of the U.S., right? And you, as a Black man in Chicago, you're 27 more times likely to get killed by another Black man than any other race, and you're 22 times more likely to get killed by a Black man than an officer there. So I always say, gun control starts with education, not with you taking guns away from people, because that's
but you just see, and this is why, as a social worker and a white person, educated,
I'm Native American and white too, so I mean, you can't just,
everything that you just said, and this is why I try to get Black people to wake up, is to realize that enabling the gun is enabling us to kill each other. So you just said everything that you said was on point, and it goes in line with my research as well. So you're very up to date with the concerns of high rates of Black people killing other Black people. See how I did that? But then you say, well, let's not do anything. And so this is what I'm saying, right? Somebody just told me that the FBI is pumping, this is conspiracy, I don't know if it's true, but pumping guns into the Black community because they know they're going to use the gun on each other. So you just said, like, and I already told you guys this, the life expectancy of a Black man with the gun, it goes down 4 years, like that. So it's literally a tool being used that we use to kill each other. So to do nothing would mean that we would keep on killing each other.
So is your solution to take guns from Black people? Is that?
My solution is to recreate our culture on a way that we were more authentically, where we don't kill each other. Okay, my goal is to change our culture. I am not culturally from the mainland. I am an island person. I'm from the United States of America, but I was raised in Hawaii. So culturally, I'm different. So look up the culture of Hawaii. I'm Black, but I culturally grew up around Asian people. That in Hawaii, Hawaiians, where I grew up, we believe that we're family. We celebrate love. It's the most beautiful place in the world. Okay, and I can't wait to go back because the culture. And trust me, domestic violence, and they'll give you one kind of Nikki real quick, but they ain't gonna kill you. In the Black community, there's an issue with us being competitive and us trying to get to where we need to go, and things of like that nature. You know what I'm saying? There's a problem with Black people killing other Black people. How do we stop that? And they're not killing each other with knives. They're killing. Listen, how many rappers died just this year because of guns? My mom she's obsessed with Young Dolph. She's got a Young Dolph sweater. My mom ain't never listened to rap music, but she just likes the fact that he was trying to help out his community, and he got killed at a cookie store. He got killed getting cookies. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what I was getting at was that the more gun control you have, the more violence seems to stem. There's a lot of countries. There's quite a few qualitative research, and I would have to look up the research to tell you what method they've used qualitatively that shows that the more sanctions you put on, the more that violence comes around. So my retort to you was, I don't think it's that. I think it's we need to educate people on how to use them, what's going on, like the military does.
Let's teach more kids how to kill each other. You know, let's teach them how to use it, right? Instead of not using it.
Well, okay, well, wait a minute. But wait a minute. You know, homie does have a point, but I think I do believe he has a point. Yes.
Okay, so you just heard him say that the gun is plaguing the Black community, and his solution was to do.
That's not what I said.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Yeah,
that's not what he said. Now, that's not what he said. Now, I will sit here and say that I don't agree with everything that the guest is saying, but I'm saying that he does have a point. Now, that's not what he said, though. He said education-wise that first off, do you not believe that? Do you not believe that people should? Do you not believe that people should know how to shoot? Do you not believe that people should know how to the education on a gun?
No.
That is the crazy. That is the absolutely crazy.
You know what's crazy to me? I just sold a $330,000 house and I'm about to get $6,000 in a check. You know what's crazy to me? That I'm about to sell my house and buy a bigger house. You know what's crazy to me? I'm looking up to buy a freaking Tesla. You know what's crazy to me? Me and my man are getting the hell out of freaking United States and we're going to freaking Italy. You know what's crazy to me?
How does that equate to gun violence?
And retirement plan. Ain't nobody talking about guns in my house. We're trying to come up. I'm getting my business, my storefront. You know what's crazy to me? Is I'm trying to freaking make my business come up. Working on 3 million in volume. I ain't worried about no freaking gun. I'm trying to come up. I'm trying to get my kids. My dream when I was fighting for them, when I was going through divorce, was that they have their own rooms and in a safe environment. We don't hear no fucking guns. When I open up my door, you're gonna see green pastures. I can go out my door and talk to my neighbor, and they all know me. I've been in the jacuzzi. I've been in their houses. We are safe. We are loved. We are educated. We are secure. We don't need no guns. That's what I want for Black people, to feel safe the way that I do. I really should just shut up and stop talking to the world. But the mere fact is, I care so much and I'm trying to help out, but nobody wants to freaking change. So, you know what I'm saying? You sitting down here on TikTok, working my ass off, trying to tell people that living in these slums, underfunded areas is not going to do anything. Get the hell out of the red lines. Listen to people say that just keep your guns. We're going to train you how to do more guns so you can keep killing each other.
So you remember when you said that people with mental illness shouldn't have a gun? You might have had a point, but because ma'am, I don't know what the fuck you just said.
So you know what? You just tried to freaking degrade me by saying that I'm mentally ill because I'm passionate about Black people to stop killing each other.
Hey, hang on. She didn't say that. She agreed with your point. So you weren't the only one that lived in Hawaii. I opened up the Gold's Gym in
Long
London.
I'm gonna go to Hawaii. I ain't gonna give a damn.
Hang on.
You guys better use me,
I understand the family. Why are you yelling at me? I'm talking to you civilly. I mean, I don't want to be kicked me out of the box, but I'm trying to have a civil conversation with you, and you're yelling at me.
I'm about to go back to Hawaii in freaking 10 years. I got 10 years left.
I go back at least once a year. I was homeless, and now I'm not. I come up and all of that stuff. But the problem is that you won't let anybody talk, and that's. I thought when you have a conversation, you gotta have things two ways.
At the end of the day, when you sit here and you come on my show and you say that Black men are killing each other, and the only thing I want to do is teach them how to educate themselves on how to use more guns.
That I said? Why did you take that out of all the things I said? Because my point wasn't that. My point was gun control creates bigger issues than not. That was my point. But you didn't listen to anything I said because it didn't fit your narrative and it didn't fit what you wanted to say.
Your narrative kills
without being interrupted. We allow you to speak without being interrupted.
Your narrative is a white supremacist narrative, and it kills.
Really, I'm Native American. I'm Crow-Indian.
I don't care. Your ideologies are racist. Now
I'm racist. Hang on.
You are.
Hey, JJ, I need you to come in here and tell them that I'm racist. I'm grabbing my nephew.
So I don't need to see your nephew. Oh, I have a Black. Guess what? My man's white. What does that mean? Don't mean a dang thing. At the end of the day,
girl, I think honestly, and sis, I'm talking to you from a Black woman to a Black woman. I need to
talk to you because you're not getting it, babe. And you're like, listen, I like you, and I like that you came back, but you're not getting it, and that's why I'm getting frustrated because you're not getting it.
Okay. All I asked was, you don't believe that being able to learn how to shoot a gun, you don't think that that's important. That's what I'm. Okay, so let me ask you.
School. Okay, y'all go to turn me into Candace Owens. I'm telling you guys, I'm on my way to freaking calling the chick up and say, you know what, you're on to freaking something. Get me a freaking red hat because it's freaking exhausting. Why wouldn't education be the number one focus point for Black people? Why wouldn't education?
Learning how to shoot a gun is education. You fit that is learning. Learning how to shoot a gun is.
Black men kill other Black men.
Would you feel more comfortable? Would you feel more comfortable if I came in your house and I didn't know how to use a goddamn gun, or would you feel more comfortable if I knew what the fuck I was doing? I am asking you, which one?
What was the second option?
You know what?
If you can't handle the kitchen,
if I can't handle it, Andrea, you just went on a tangent that nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about. You're telling me I can't handle?
But let's see here. Let's see. You have 92 followers.
92. I wouldn't be able to be on this live if I had 92.
If you want to go to your own show and do your own lives and put in the work that I have put in for the past 2 years, then more power to you. I hope you come up, sis. But you can't understand what it's like. Last year, screaming to the mountaintops that I don't want Black men to be killed disproportionately. Devon Tillman, 38 bullets because he had a gun in his hand. And I listened to every word that he said. He sat there and he said, y'all gonna kill me. He would not let go of his gun because he felt that was the only thing to protect him. In fact, it's the reason why he got 38 bullets. I can't imagine being that mom. And I wish I was the cop there because I wouldn't care if they would have shot me. I would have covered him with his body. Because
you know what, sis, listen.
He was scared. What don't you understand? Devon Tillman.
I think that your passion is. I think that your passion is absolutely needed. I do think that you might need to educate yourself just a tad bit more.
No, I'm not going to simulate to the Black community to make people feel comfortable. Sorry, it's not going to happen. This is who I am. If you don't freaking like it, I don't know what to freaking tell you. This is who I am.
You're not going to stimulate. You're not going to stimulate to who?
I'm not going to pander to Black people to make them feel more comfortable. It's never going to happen.
Okay.
Don't use Black on Black crime. I'm going to use Black on Black crime until I'm freaking blue in the face. Why can't I use Black on Black crime? Why?
Okay. Well,
I use the N-word. I don't tell me this. I don't think we should use the N-word. Do you think we should use the N-word? Because I don't think we should. So it's a cultural thing. We're culturally different. I can't imagine saying the N-word. Like, even when it comes in music, like I just don't say it. I just don't feel the need to say the N-word ever. I think it's really degrading to use such a degrading word about my people. I've been called that in my life by white people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's very offensive.
Okay, I agree.
So it's just like a cultural thing. I have no tolerance. I don't want to see Black men be killed because they have guns. By cops first. Forget the Black on Black crime. Let's talk about cops killing young Black boys. Devon Tillman is just, that story is just mind-boggling. It's not just with the guns. It's also in the prisons. My man works in a jail. And what's her name? Sandra Bland. They put up a little freaking plastic bag and acted like she hung herself.
So I agree. There's definitely some issues there as well when it comes to police brutality. I will say that and I'm heavy on Black Lives Matter. So I want you to know, before I say this, I want you to know that I'm heavy on Black Lives Matter. However, I was a correctional officer for 3 years.
Oh, wow.
So I will say that policing tends to have a authoritative trait that I have seen white people that I know for a fact are not racist, still treat everybody, Black or white, like absolute shit because they have a badge. So while I do think that there is racial tension in the Black community versus police, I also think there's a deeper issue as well. So there's that. But you be kind of fucking me up a little bit because you all over the place. So I guess I'm
pretty sure I've been here for about 3 hours talking about gun control.
Girl, you went from real estate to brokerage to school shootings to white people to...
Because you don't understand. Okay.
No, I do not understand how being a broker
because you are trying to belittle what I'm trying to
I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm trying to tell you that if you want a certain goal,
No, I'm honestly realizing that I just like talking about it, but I was going to invest, to be honest, in these communities are freaking plagued with guns where I live. But I was just there. I just sold a house. A freaking chick freaking came out. She's about to be, she's on Section 8. There's the type of lifestyle that goes along in these neighborhoods. It's just like, you know what? If you want to freaking be in high crime gun rates, then freaking do it. I just feel bad for these kids. I'm always going to fight for the kids. If I can start a program in real estate, which is relevant, I would create a program where I help these women who are single mothers, because I don't think it's their fault they're living in these high crime areas. I also had to live in a semi-dangerous town when I was a single mom. There's usually not two people working in the family. So if I could in real estate, I would, which is over 100,000 agents a part of my community, start a program where we help them rebuild their credit. Credit has everything to do with poverty. A lot of people that are struggling don't know what to do about credit, like the simple tips and
So
things like that.
how do you tie this into gun violence, Andrew?
Okay,
is what I'm
so
asking.
I'm going to explain it to you. Okay, here is guns, right? And guns are what? Deemed what? What are guns deemed? If you are at a mall and you have a gun,
do not ask me. Do not
okay,
ask
so
me
I'm
any
going to tell
questions
you
because I
what's
don't know
going
where
on.
your head is at.
Okay, all right. So hold on. Guns are considered dangerous. They are tools that kill. Okay.
Okay.
And they're also plaguing our country. Okay. Second leading cause of children dying in this country, and homicidal.
What'd you say? What was that statistic?
Second leading cause of children dying, as well as teenagers in this country. Okay.
Is guns?
Yes.
Okay.
Over COVID, more kids died from gun violence than COVID. Okay. Right. So, real estate. What does that have to do with it? Well, it started off in 1968, right?
Oh, girl, we're not gonna do this. Like, we're not gonna do this. It just give me a basic.
What? Oh, can you not ascertain? So,
okay.
Leave then, and I'm gonna educate everybody else. 1968, redlining, what became illegal. Let me get the exact time. How long? I think it was. Hold on. Redlining. See, I take the time to educate myself on like deep. It's just real deep. Redlining proceeded until how long? It was a while. Segregation is 39. A while. Okay. Anyways, redlining was due to mortgage companies not renting to Black people. They were
okay. So how does that equate to your graph that you just tried to show?
Right. So it is a racial part at this point. So racially, Black people were being steered. Do you know what steering is? Steering is when, it's not really funny, to be honest. Steering is when the agents would push Black people to certain communities. So I don't know if you ever realized this, that why Black people live in majority inner cities and we're all in condensed areas. I see it here in Connecticut and it's still persisting. They were pushed in those areas for a long time. So anyways, thank God 1968 happened, redlining is illegal. But what I believe is they pushed so many Black and Latinos for so long in this area. Not only did they push them in this area, which used to be the red lines, even though they're not red lines anymore, there's red line is not there, but they were pushed into these communities. The real estate was affected, right? Supply and demand, right? Happens. I don't, so they were pushed into these areas and they did not leave.
Okay.
They stayed there. This is where everybody is. They got accumulated, whatever. They didn't go outside the red lines. Okay. Now, how is this relevant? Well, guns are dangerous, and white people, which are over 73% of the population, drive the economy. There's more of them, right? And these people, and I know this is my career, don't want to live in dangerous areas. They always ask me, how's the crime? Now, I can't tell you how the crime is. I can only suggest, but this is something that almost every family, especially white families, ask me. They don't want to live in these areas, and they are predominant Black areas that they choose not to be in. And have you ever heard of white flight?
Yeah.
White flight means like when more than 3 Black families move to area, white people leave. They sell their house so they get the hell out. Okay. So you have to understand, why would white people do that? Now, why do Black people in their neighborhoods today need white people? Well, because we're minorities. There's not a lot of us, okay? We're 13% of the population. That is very small. And we're in these areas. And white people, majority of them, are not living in these high condensed, historically underfunded neighborhoods, right? So why though? Why don't they live near us and things of that nature? Well, it's my theory that because our homicidal rates are so high. They don't want to live in our neighborhoods, so they deem them dangerous, because most of these inner cities with high crime rates with predominant Black people and Latinos, there is high crime. Homicides, like murder, like it's not just like somebody outing their wife or whatever. I mean, maybe it is, I don't know. A homicide could be anything. People killing people. Nobody wants to live with where people are killing. We're 13% of the population and doing 30% of the homicidal rates. Okay, so we're doing double the murders of our population. So that would deem us what? Dangerous. Mm-hmm. And this is what Candace Owens said, but she doesn't have a solution. She said that we were the most murderous race in America. And I don't agree with that, but she was onto something when she said that, because she did her homework. Now, don't you think and this is what I'm saying, this drives up the market value of our homes. One, we rent. A lot of Black people rent in these cities. Okay, that's a problem, because investors invest in these neighborhoods and they collect your check. Mm-hmm. All right. So it's good for investors, but if you want to buy a house, they're usually really cheap.
Okay.
So
I think that.
Let me finish. So our neighborhoods that are in the cities. Now, I'm not saying there aren't Black people in nice suburban areas. There are, but they're not high in gun violence. So these high crime towns and cities that are already underfunded and disenfranchised are undesirable. They're not desirable. So the rent is usually what? Cheap. The rent is cheaper. Now, what I have to say about white people in their neighborhoods, they pay 3, 4, 5 times more to live in the areas. Like, I'm proof of it. Okay. We pay a lot more to live in these neighborhoods that are predominant white, because they are what? Desirable. Right. So in order to change this dynamic, right? And everybody says it. Why are Black people killing each other? They say, well, we're dealing with poverty. We're dealing with racism. We're dealing with.
I think that's exactly where the deep root is poverty. I think you have to steer away from the
gun. So is that going to make us? And now we're having a good conversation. Okay. So do you think getting root of our, we can get root of our culture and things like that, but that shouldn't be anybody's job to go to someone's home and teach them how to be a good person and not kill other people. And I don't see white people coming to our neighborhoods wanting to change and fix our culture. You know, the mere fact that, high gang, listen, it's literally, that's just the way that it is. I'm not saying that Black people do nothing but kill each other. I'm Black. I don't.
That's exactly what you were saying earlier. But
I'm not that. But I'm not that.
Okay, but that is exactly what you. The people. Okay, Andrea, please. The people that were on this live 20 minutes ago know that is 30 minutes ago. That is exactly what you were saying. You were saying that this is a Black. You were saying that this is a Black problem. This is only
homicide. Is a
Black It's not problem. Only a Black problem, Andrea, and it is absolutely.
So you want to sit here and talk about white people and their homicides, yet we are dominating the rates.
I never said I want to talk about white people. That's not what I said, Andrea. Like you gotta listen, baby. You gotta listen. That's not what I said.
I know. The funny thing is that you're not listening. Yeah, that's the funny thing.
Girl, I've been listening to you this whole damn time.
I'm trying to explain to you on why things are the way that they are and why I'm trying to get rid of the guns, because I'm trying to make, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say about this, because I don't think you can keep up. I'm sorry, you can't keep up with me. That our towns are undesirable in inner cities.
Okay.
And we're not going to be able to get people to move there and invest until we are deemed safe.
Okay. So are we talking about an investment problem? Are we talking about a gun problem? Are we talking about a Black problem? Which one are you? You can't. The problem is.
Okay.
You have talked. You have talked, Andrea. You have talked.
You want to get down to the core issue. You don't want to talk about money. and uplifting our communities. Is that what you're telling me?
Because I thought we were talking about gun violence. I can't fucking keep up.
Do you not understand that we're undesirable because we're deemed murdering? Like we're murdering each other with a gun.
Okay. Andrea,
I don't understand what you don't understand.
Gun violence is you are struggling to understand. Gun violence is a universal problem in America. It is not just a fucking black issue. It's not.
Okay, so tell me, if you have another computer or something, what the rates are with homicidal rates within the black.
I do not claim to know the statistics. I don't. But
that's a problem. That
no,
you don't know.
No. The problem is that you think it's only a black problem.
Listen, you don't know the homicidal rates. So therefore, I'm not a girl, I'm a woman. So culturally, I don't think that's acceptable to call me a girl. I got 3 kids. I'm 36 years old, damn near freaking 40. I'm not a freaking girl. Okay? Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is you gotta know what's going on with the gun.
Okay.
I feel like going to every home that's a black person and saying, fam, please get rid of your guns. Please, you're going to use that gun statistically on someone you love. Accidentally. I just was talking to a woman on here, and she said that her brother or something, they left the gun out, and the kid got the gun, and 3-year-old dead. How did that happen?
Okay. So again, Andrea, I think you're amazing being as passionate as you are. I think you do need to educate yourself a bit. I think you
don't even know the homicidal rates. Oh God.
Oh, okay, Andrea, you say that it's only a black problem. That is the craziest shit I've ever heard.
Didn't say that. Yeah, homicide. I didn't say only. I didn't say only. What I said is that it's plaguing our community, our black communities, at higher rates.
Dude, it's plaguing every fucking body.
Okay, so that's a problem because we're not talking about everybody because everybody's not killing each other at high rates. It's black people.
Hey, you know, one of the reasons why it's plaguing us as black people
is
because we're not enlightening. We're not enlightening each other.
I would like to know the reason. And listen, if you need to take a break, just come back another time if you want to. I don't know what to tell you. Go ahead.
So that's one of the reasons why it's plaguing us as black people, as a community and as a whole, because we're not enlightening each other. So, a lot of the times that we spend the time arguing, we should be enlightening each other. We should be helping each other. We should be educating each other. Like you have the stats, right? She said she didn't know the stats. You should have gave her the stats off of your paper. Now, I'm not.
She wasn't able to. She kept getting offended and kept derailing me. And I'm trying to tell her about, the history of, the redlining and the history of underfunded towns and how real estate has everything to do with our poverty and people not wanting to invest in our communities. That's why we can't get the jobs, which gives the excuse of the black criminal, okay, to go out there and be a part of gang violence. And the reason why little Figueroa, 3-year-old, got shot in his home. You understand? Like there's layers to this. And I believe that the gun has everything to do with it. She brought no forced solutions. She didn't even know the homicidal rates. And when I'm trying to tell her about homicidal rates within the black community, she says, oh, you can't say black on black crime. And then she said, you can't say that it's only homicidals only affecting black people. But in fact, what I've told her 100 times that a homicide is plaguing the black community substantially than any other race. She wasn't able to understand
that. And you are correct. It is. I didn't hear her call you crazy, but I'm not saying that she didn't. However, it's affecting us because we're not putting ourselves in position to learn. When we put ourselves in position to learn, then we can learn. We can understand. And I think all black people are awesome. Whether you're a thug, you are a doctor, I'm just saying, like, all black people are awesome because we bring something to the table that most people don't bring to the table. We bring realness. If you see a black, like, just let's go back a couple minutes, how you passionate about when you asked her, did she know the stats, and she didn't know the stats, but your facial expression showed, wow, you really don't care because you're not trying.
Because how dare her try to come up here and try to, because she threw me off when she started talking about my mentality. That's a trigger for me. I'm an island girl and I work hard to keep my mind right. You know, like I exercise my brain and I'm constantly studying on this subject because I take this very freaking seriously. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get to 1.6 million likes on TikTok by freaking singing and doing dances. I did it because I studied and I make sure that I'm very, very on point pertaining to the stats, man. And the problem is when I tell people, especially Black people, the reality of the stats, they want to deflect. Why would I, as a Black person, freaking hurt my own people? I'm not Candace.
And you know why a lot of Black people deflect? Is because we've been taught to deflect. We haven't been taught to sit down and listen. You know, if you really think about it, if a Black person says something negative about another Black person, and they may not even be negative. Hey sis, your hair hanging right there. One of the first things you're gonna say is, why you worried about my, not you.
That's exactly
I'm just
what
saying
happened.
in general.
I told her
instead of saying, well, you know what, thank you.
When I first met her, I said, is that your real hair? Because it looked natural. And she was completely offended. And I was like, I'm Black. Like I'm not trying to degrade your hair. Like I'm culturally different is what I'm saying. Not all Black people, you guys, are the same. Okay. I'm from Hawaii. I'm an island girl. I was culturally brought up around mostly Asians and also mostly white people. So, you know, I'm really, I have a hard time with Black people from the mainland. We call it the mainland because of the defensiveness over some dumb shit. It's just like, really? I mean, you could ask me if my hair is real or not. I'll tell you it's real.
One of the reasons why we mess up in conversations, or we're having conversations, is because the conversation, we actually don't know what a conversation is. A conversation is a listening, receiving. So if you're talking, the people that you're talking to should be receiving. And then when they're talking, you should be receiving. So that way you see my point of view, I see your point of view. And then we come together and we make a change. I tell a lot of people that we should be the change that we want to see.
Right.
If we can't be the change that we want to see, then of course we're going to be stuck where we are. So if you weren't listening to her and she wasn't listening to you, then both of y'all being women and who you are, how you were raised, and how you are right now, that's what nicks the communication. It put an X
but I can't talk to
that
people that aren't able to go past their own self crap. Okay, so basically, let me just get back to the facts. Excuse me. Young men, it says in this article, young Black men and teens. I mean, don't ask me why statistically they break us up in demographics. Don't ask me. That's why I say Black and white, because that's how they break it down pertaining to gun control, pertaining to the information that I'm getting. So it says young Black men and teens are killed by guns 20 times more than their white counterparts. CDC data shows this. Young Black men and teens made up more than a third of firearm homicide victims in the U.S. in 2019. One of several disparities revealed is a review of gun mortality data released Tuesday by CDC. Okay, mortality means people die. Right. The analysis, titled "A Public Health Crisis in the Making," found that although Black men and boys are 15 to 34, ages 15 to 34, make up just 2% of the nation's population, they were among 37% of gun homicides in 2019.
So did you hear what you just said? 15 to 34 makes up 2% of the nation's young Black men.
The ages 15 to 34.
Right. 15 to 34 make up 2%.
2%.
Right. But then
and they were among 37% of gun homicides that year.
So do you what we have to understand is why
did that happen?
Right, because we're not teaching. So the information that one has to help us, somebody's not listening. We make up 2%. But then in the end, we're 37% of the gun homicides.
That's a lot. That is substantial.
Right.
So
we
how's that happening?
It has to be some coaching, mentoring, and training.
Durans can come back at any time. I just wanted her to take a breather. I needed a breather. She can come back. Let me back, Island Girl. Of course you can. But anyways, I see that you're making points, but it's exhausting in the sense that when I give this information, there's excuses. Why are the homicidal rates so substantial pertaining to my people? It's concerning. I'm Queen Andrea here. I don't
because
care.
We're not hitting the streets.
I'm queen of all black people here, gun control. And I am telling you, if I was queen, off with their heads. No, I'm just kidding. The criminals. I have no tolerance for the gun. Because they kill children.
Andrea, answer me one question, right?
Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna even ask you.
What?
I'm not gonna even ask you that question. So I'm gonna tell you what I do. No. I'm gonna tell you what I do to better the community. I'm out in the streets. I'm mentoring in the high schools. I mentor at-risk youth. I mentor, young men and young women, and I try to show them that being from where you're from, like I grew up in the projects, but my life now is totally different. I retired from the military. I've been preaching for about 15 years. I'm married. I have 5 wonderful children, so I coach. I'm trying to be the change that I want to see in the community,
Right.
So when I go and I mentor at-risk youth, I tell them, hey, just because you're where you are, that doesn't mean that you have to stay there. That doesn't mean that that's what the label you have to carry. So what I'm saying is I'm out here in the streets. Now, I can't say that for everybody else, but I'm out here in the streets. I'm being the change that I want to see. So if we're doing that, then we're making the positive change. But if we're not doing that and we're just talking, then that's all we're doing is talking.
Okay, so she asked me, why does real estate what does real estate have to do with gun violence? But she wasn't able to understand that I'm a realtor. I'm about to be a broker. And I'm in a position to be a capitalist. And I am in these high gun violence towns that most agents are not going to. I am telling you, they're not going there. I am the only Black woman. I think there's one other lady out of hundreds of agents who is servicing the public and going knocking on these doors. I'm in people's houses in Black community. You don't think I would love to have deals at these fluffy towns in Greenwich? One house I'd probably be set for life. I'm not there. I'm in the trench. I'm in these towns, and I don't live in these towns. I'm also helping them become homeowners. Do you know this? Was it this year? Yeah, this year. One of my clients, a Puerto Rican girl, because I don't know if you realize this, it also plays the Latino community. My girlfriend now we're friends. She was a Section 8 holder. She's not on Section 8 anymore because I got her a huge freaking blue house on a cul-de-sac. She owns it now.
So you're saying that she put herself...
And 2 of her nephews were just shot. And I've been to the grave with her. It's actually not that far from my house. And cried with her. Her whole family is devastated. I've actually
so to me, what I hear you,
because her nephew got shot in the head in gang violence, not even a few blocks from me. And I got her out.
So what I hear you saying is that you put yourself in position to help somebody, and they put themselves in position to be helped.
Yeah.
So that's the way that we make change.
Listen to me. And listen, I don't really see the difference between Puerto Ricans and Blacks. I mean, she acts just like Black people. And nonetheless, they brown. And even though I wish they wouldn't use the N-word, but they do. I just be quiet. But she listened to me and she cried with me. She just lost her nephew, got shot in the head in New Haven, Connecticut, Gun Wave in New Haven, that town that I did a video on, that a whole bunch of black girls were coming after me for going to the freaking gun violence town and saying, hey guys, this is what I'm talking about. I'm there and I'm unarmed. So you want me to go get a gun? So what? So I can kill my people? Because let me tell you something, there are some freaking crazy people in this town. And if I'm trained and somebody comes with the pocket, I might just use that gun. I'm the vulnerable one. And I would like that everybody's vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? I am there. So you're saying, and I want to invest in these towns. I want to invest. Yes, I am a business person. And I should be coming up real quick this year. This is a good year for me, but next year is going to be even better because I'm going to make 100% of my profit.
So you're saying that you want to get rid of the Second Amendment, right?
No, I don't want to get to the Second Amendment, right? I want to go into these towns and clean up the streets. I want to get my people, especially with children, out of these historical, underfunded towns. I want to help them move into beautiful towns that have good reputations, no stigmas in the schools, and it's not going to cost them. Right now, I'm paying $700 a month for my son to go to Catholic school because the school down the street from my house has a stigma. I don't want my people to be hurting with their kids being educated. I want them to be able to play in the front yard and backyard without worrying about getting snatched. You know what I'm saying?
So have you ever watched the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, of course. I love that movie.
You ever watch? So you know when Trey's dad was out there in the hood and he was telling them about gentrification. He was in the neighborhood. He went in the hood where the Crips and Bloods be, and he stood on the corner and he was talking to them. He was giving them information, right? So that's what we need to do. That's where we are failing at. We're not going out there in the communities
doing this on lives. TikTok is the same thing.
No, ma'am. Because on TikTok, how many people are your friends on TikTok? But if you go out there in those projects and you get out there on those streets, those people that are on that aren't on TikTok, they'll be right there in your face. They can ask you questions. Look at all of these questions and these comments that are coming up right here. We're not looking at those comments.
I'm not even reading it. I'm trying to get to know you because I care about your thoughts.
You would be able to ask you comments.
I don't care about the comments. I love you guys, but I'm trying to focus on people that have the balls enough to have these tough conversations. It's not easy to have these conversations. And look, now you got a whole
you care about his thoughts. You sure the hell didn't care about mine.
But I do though.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
I do.
We all look
I know. Well, first off, ain't no man gonna tell me what to do. But let's keep it going.
Go. See, your personality.
I wasn't trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying, honestly,
I'm a fan of her. She kind of looks like my mother. I told my mother this. I was talking to a girl, and she looks like a younger version of you. So when people look like people we know, you instantly feel attached to them. But I mean, I don't think he insulted you.
I don't think so either. So you feel attached. Yet when I was trying to speak,
but you're like, how old are you?
Does that matter?
See, I'm just asking you. I'm just trying to see how old you are. I'm 36. How old are you?
I'm 29. What's that? What we gonna do with this information?
I'm older than you, and so you remind me of like I have two little sisters. You remind me of a little sister. You know what I mean? I got two. Okay. Yeah, I'm older than you. So when I'm trying to explain something to you, and my little sister, I think my little sister's 33. So it's kind of hard to talk to people that are younger than you because they're unable to understand some things I'm saying. And as a big sister, naturally, I'm just trying to like penetrate your brain.
Don't do that.
We not sisters.
Nah.
So let's.
Oh, hell to no! Sorry, my sisters are kind to me. My sisters love me. My sisters don't challenge me. They do get on my nerves. I said you were like a little sister, like the picking, you're trying to control the situation. And look, I'm over here still talking about it, and we should have been talking about the guns. You know, like it's already 10:59. I've been here for like 4 hours, man. Like we're gonna do another 5-hour night, which is awesome. It's awesome, but I'm probably gonna not be able to have the energy to do it in the morning. Back to the guns, because there's other people trying to get in line. What did you want to say about the guns?
Yo, I back out, man. So I really enjoyed it. So
it's fun to talk.
Like I said,
That's what I'm saying.
Stay in the streets. We got to get in the streets. That's the way
so
we're gonna
your
change. We
argument
got to
was
get
that
in the
we need
streets
to
and
be
educate
in
each other.
but it's dangerous.
So it's dangerous for you if you're looking for danger. But if you're going out there to make it happen, then nothing is gonna happen to you. When I was younger, I grew up in the projects, right? So in our projects, it used to be a white man to come through and he would give us timetable cards. You know, they really weren't teaching us timetables, but this man would come through our projects and give us timetable cards. So we could learn timetables. Wasn't no white people coming in my projects for real, not even the police.
And I want to be there to love every kid and tell them, you don't need a gun. This is your gun. And this is your gun. But most importantly, this is your gun. And I want to give them books. My son.
You know, I think, Andrea, I think that we, honestly, I truly believe that we agree on a lot of the same shit. I think that you have a different mindset that I'm used to. You know,
but you're hanging in there.
And I do think you're very passionate, which is great.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody will ever object.
That by being black, isn't that my great grandmother from Texas? Like, you know, my grandmothers that were strong black women. My great grandmother just died in her 90s, and she used to tell me about life growing up in Texas and working for the white man and things like that. I mean, that's stuff. I'm her oldest granddaughter. That stuff used to break my freaking heart. So I'm very pro-black, and I've had black people say, "Well, I can't talk to you about you're too pro-black, and not every black person is good." I can't tell you how many people have told me that. I will never turn my back on my people. I'm going to die trying to be Angela Davis up in this piece. All right. And I am screaming to the mountaintops that white supremacy has been interjected into our communities, and they know we're killing each other. And they're not doing anything about it. Our towns are over policed. I have to say I don't live in a predominant black neighborhood, but I don't live far from it. Like I said, 10 minutes away where my man works in a prison. And in the middle of the prison is residential area with black people. That's called gunway. And they know we're killing each other. So how are you going to have a community with over police? You got the police station right smack in the middle of the community, and people are still killing. They're not doing their job. And my man's a correctional officer, and he even tells me he don't care about the inmates. My man don't care about the goddamn inmates. He's there to keep them locked in.
So Andrea, look, hold on. Remember I was talking about communication. Yeah, she was saying something and you cut her off. But I want to go back to, once you get done talking, Miss Lady, I want to go back to what you were saying about our towns are being over policed.
But what is that doing?
Hold on, let her say what she was saying before you had cut her off.
Well, shit, I didn't forgot. Shit, I don't know what we. Well, honestly, all I was saying is, Andrea, like I said, I just think you're a very passionate lady. I do think that we agree on a lot of shit. I do think that you veer off a bit a lot actually.
5 hours talking about gun control, and you're talking about me. Talk about the guns, babe. Talk about the guns.
So, you gotta let her talk.
You want to talk about derailing? Talk about the guns. Stop talking about me.
No, I'm saying
you gotta let her talk. Focus on black community, but is it crime in other communities also? Rocket Girl, yes, we could talk about crime in white communities, but like I said, homicidal rates aren't plaguing the white communities. More so suicidal rates are. What a gag, right? Talk about black people killing black people and they killing themselves. That's the gag.
This is so cringe. Like, Andrea, we got to stick to
it. You know, I'm so sorry that you can't. Maybe we'll talk another time. There's like 2 other guests that actually enjoy my conversations. Like, if you're not enjoying it, I'm sorry. Like,
I just need help staying on track.
Okay,
you feel me?
Let's talk about the guns. I guess you won't let her talk. No, I don't. Like Tim, you're such a troll. Like, I don't even know how you get back here. Like Tim, you gotta go. I dealt with you all day today. I don't know if you guys realize this. Like, you guys don't listen. How often are you on TikTok? How many hours do you put on TikTok? You want to know how many hours I put on TikTok today? You know how many hours I've been on here? You want to talk about dedication? Want to talk about passion? Let's talk about dedication. Okay, I should be studying for the Broker's test. I did 3 hours this morning, and I'm almost 5 hours today. And I've given you guys an opportunity. There's over 90 people here, and sometimes there's over 200 people here, for you guys to gain people on your side. You know what I'm saying? This is an opportunity. And you want to talk about this? Stop insulting me.
I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you that you are a passionate
Okay,
woman.
but
I'm
I
not
don't want to talk about me. You want to talk about the guns? Let's talk about the guns, because I can.
Well, shit, you was just talking about your great grandmother just 2 minutes ago. So shit, I don't know when you want to talk about you or not.
Okay, right. Okay.
So you know one thing that makes a football team or a team
You don't want to debate. You want to dictate policy. Okay, then leave.
Everybody's doing something.
Get the hell out of here.
But it's working together.
Bye. You just said it's yeah. She just said it's cringe. It's like you're not even enjoying the conversation. And I'm hot.
I don't have the opportunity to, because you don't let me speak, Andrew. You don't.
But I consider you a friend at this point. You're not my sister, but this is my second time talking to you, and I want to remain your friend. I lose a lot of freaking friends on here. But it's cool. Yes, there's black on black crime. Of course, there's black on black crime.
Can I go back to that
I do have
question?
Go ahead.
Can I go back to that question you asked when you asked why was our cities and towns overpopulated with police? You know, one of the reasons
Urbana is talking mess. What are you saying?
All right, so I said I wanted to go back to what you were saying when you asked why is our cities and towns overpopulated with police. So one of the reasons, and I've done the research, one of the reasons is because we don't go where we grow up. We don't become police in our own town. Police come from other cities. They come from other living places, and they come and police us. So when I was younger, if I did something wrong, Miss Willie Mae that was sitting on her porch, she knew my parents, so she could get me. And then she would tell my auntie, and then she would get me, and then she would tell my mom, and then mom would get me. So it was like a community thing. But where we failed to realize is we want to do other things, but we don't want to help our community. Now, I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying a couple people. So if you want to be a police and you want to know why certain things is going on in your neighborhood, why Ray out there selling dope and he shouldn't be selling dope, is because nobody from that community is a police that goes up to Ray and say, hey, Ray, man, you know you shouldn't be out here doing that. Don't make me go and get Miss Willie Mae, you know, and put Ray in check.
Right.
So it's certain things that we don't do.
Right. Yeah. I think we've lost the ability to I guess parent each other's kids and things like that, because we're in a society now where people just like make it normalized to mind your own business. Like I don't believe in hitting. I was abused as a child. You know, for Black people that come from me, I had 2 Black parents, and one of my stepdads crapped me. So, you know, I try really hard to be different. I never put
and that's one of the
but could you imagine me like with my sisters and my brothers with their kids? They know not to touch my nieces and nephews because I'm going off. But when it comes to other people's kids, I had my girlfriend actually. She hit her daughter in front of me, and it triggered me, and I left. I said, I'm not going to stick around while I watch you beat your kid. You understand? So you know, but who am I to tell her not to? She's like, this is my kid, and I do what I want with my kid. So, you know, why can't we just understand that it's nobody's business to fix you or your family, that you have to, you know, really be in control over your life and happiness. And all I'm trying to do is give people that want out of the mess an opportunity to come up. If you want to stay in these underfunded towns and continue on enabling these gangs and things of that nature, then go on ahead. But what I want to do is open up a door, if you will, for people who want to get the fuck out of the ghetto.
Yeah, but sometimes when you have people get out the ghetto, that same problem goes somewhere else.
Okay, so
so why not
what
fix
problem?
Where they're at?
What problem are you talking about, though?
The problem that's in the community. The problem that's in the community. Because if you move out the community and you still have the same mentality, that problem moves with you.
I have to say that sometimes when you change your environment, so you change as well. I'm completely
And
different
sometimes
than
you
I was
change
back
the
then.
environment around you instead of the environment changing you.
Right. I would love to do that. But what I don't see pertaining to, and I'm talking about homicidal rates, and that does relate to more so the Black community. What I'm seeing is that people just want to make excuses and they don't want to change. They get upset. And it's just like, be upset, stay there. But like I said, if you want to move out of those neighborhoods, then I just want to help you get there. Now, if you go into these other neighborhoods, I think the dynamic of the policing is going to be different. There could be associations attached. Better towns have better policing, to be honest. And that doesn't mean that there's more of them. It just means that they're probably better and they probably come in a quicker response and things of that nature. To leave those kids in these high gun violence areas, it just breaks my heart. And all I have to do is just teach the parents how to be a little better with their money. I think credit has a lot to do with it, as well as if they need help with maybe debt, things like that. I can help out with that. And as well as get them to understand that instead of buying a car, you should buy a house first. Take the bus, get the house. I see so many people buy cars and I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but what about if some of those communities you're talking about them moving into don't have bus systems?
Okay, then get a bike. Okay, because I literally slept in my car to get to the point to where I was at one point. I slept in my car and I saved every penny I had.
Okay, see,
So
in Texas, a bike wouldn't work in Texas.
You have to be careful with excuses. With me, I am a person who moved 6,000 miles away for a better tomorrow for me and my children. So if you want excuses, go to the other chick's freaking TikTok.
I'm not giving excuses. I'm not giving excuses. I'm looking at reality.
Sit there and she's gonna freaking tell you everything fluffy. I don't do excuses.
Yeah, I'm not looking at excuses. I'm looking at reality. You said get a bike, and the person live in Texas. A bike would not work. Okay. Not if you work in 30-something miles away. A bike would not work for some people.
Are you saying that there's no buses in Texas?
Where I live, we don't have bus systems in my area. Because I live in the area you're talking about moving people to.
Let me be specific. Get a used car, not a brand new car. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure. I remember my mom when we were little. She got like a car that would cost like $1,000, and it lasted like 3 years because she kept it maintained. What I'm saying is, if there's a will, there's a way, and your children's safety, most importantly, which is who I really advocate for. If adults want to freaking shoot each other to the blue in the face, I don't care if they're black, white, or purple. If you want to shoot yourself, go ahead and do it. You want to be in a gang, go ahead and do it. You live by the sword.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there, but what you're saying is you're saying you want them to go and go buy a house outside their neighborhood, and if they have to fix their credit, what you're getting that score up to what, like 580, 600? That's still a high interest rate, and then on top of that, they got taxes involved, so they looking every bit of like what, $1,800 a month in rent, or should I say in mortgage? And then try to survive where they couldn't survive from the get-go where they were at. Now you want them to try to survive trying to pay $1,800 to $2,100 a month with taxes and stuff.
My mother.
And if there's HOA, even
for example,
higher fees.
Yeah, listen. That sounds still more excuses because white people.
That's not an excuse. That's reality. You're turning people into robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Okay. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, are you saying that no, you're only specifically focused on high crime areas? Are you telling me that these high crime cities are the only places Black people can live?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
you're
because
saying
that's
buy a
what
house
you're
and
insinuating.
move to the.
What I'm telling you is, you don't
areas.
need to live in a house. What I'm telling you is, you don't need to live in a house. You can live in a condo, and if you can't live in a condo, you could buy a piece of land and you could live in a freaking trailer. I don't freaking care. If there's a will, there's a way. Most poor whites, are in this country. Some of them get made fun of being in trailer, like they call them trailer park. And I'm like, that's like the most genius thing you could ever do. Is own.
Nobody make fun of nobody in no trailer in this part of the woods. That's not a problem over
well,
this side of the world.
maybe there needs to be investors that come in there. Why aren't they coming in there?
Well, we got investors all over. We got new properties popping up every day.
Oh, that's great. And what is the price point? What is it?
Depends on what area you're in. It could be from
Exactly.
250, 300,000. Depends.
Okay, so that's to buy. A lot of other races, and I'm well traveled. They live.
Yeah, I'm well traveled too. I've been around the world.
Great. No, that's wonderful.
Grew up in Hawaii, is just like you. I grew up in Hawaii, just like you.
Oh, you grew up in Hawaii or Hawaii?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
we are there, but we are Popola, but we are there. So what I'm saying is, I've noticed with let's say Latino families, sometimes they all live together, like all of them, like they live together, brothers, cousins, moms, dads. And they buy a house, they put their money together, and they go live in a house together. I'm pretty sure that's going on right in my next door neighbors. They work entrepreneur jobs. There's a cinch of other cultures that come here with nothing and tend to do okay. Now, don't get me wrong. In most Black communities are Latinos, so they're right next to us. But what I've seen is that they don't mind living together. They don't mind sharing the money with each other. Is that something that Black people can maybe adopt? Maybe. Because when I was a single mom, but I'm not a single mom now, and I believe promoting marriage. It don't matter who you marry. You can marry. You don't have to be just a Black man. Just get married, women. Because I don't care. I'm 36 years old. I've been out there by myself as a single mom. No. Your life gets great when you are married to somebody. It could be a woman. It could be anybody. Just get a partner. So what I'm saying is, when I was a single mom, I would have loved to have met another single mom and put our money together and bought something small that we could all live in. Maybe a townhouse. And I would have slept in one room with my kids. You could have slept in one room with your kids. And then in a year later, sold it and got money. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to work together. And that's just what I don't see in order to make communities better. But, okay, let's just think the way you guys think. I'm a utopic person. I want green grass. I want no crime. I want
what do you mean by the way you guys think?
What you and the other girl that was just here.
How do you think I think? How do you think?
I think you think just like her. You keep making excuses. I don't like that.
I'm not making excuses. First of all, you don't know me, because you're assuming I'm making excuses. I'm going off your point of view, what you're saying. Because first of all, let me hold on. Let me tell you about me. I'm not from the ghetto, the community that you're talking about. Never lived in that community.
Neither.
I've traveled around the world. I've seen a lot of things from the good to the bad. Okay, I don't live in that area. I live in the area where my house starts at 300,000. Yeah. I'm not one of those. Mine too. So what I'm looking at is I've gone back to the community. I've seen those communities, and I've not sit there and got on TikTok and just tell people what they need to do and what needs to happen.
Okay, so you're not trying to help out.
No, I do that. That's what I'm saying. I help kids get back and go to school, go to college, show them ways to go to college.
Okay, so you're a little bit more advanced than me. My whole point of doing this is to reach a higher caliber. I talk to people all over the world, thank you to TikTok, all over the world. Gun violence is not just plaguing the Black community. I just have a focus on the Black community.
Right, and when you talk about gun violence, when you say about gun violence, what are you going to do about gun violence? Because you're just giving statistics on what's going on with it, and that we need to get rid of the guns. But what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Because you're on this platform and you're saying that we need to get rid of guns. But what is your proposal to do that? What are you talking about to do that? Because see, when I grew up, there was Stop the Violence. That was one that didn't last long because government funding. There was buyback bill where they were buying back guns in the hood. That didn't last long because government funding once again. So there were programs. This is not something new. This is old. What I'm saying is, when you sit here and you get up here and you talk about get rid of the guns need to go and all this stuff, what is your proposal on getting rid of those guns? Not just talking about buying a house and moving somebody to this neighborhood and that neighborhood. What is it to get rid of those guns?
Best question I've gotten. A dynasty wasn't built overnight. I mean, it's been hard to even reach 100,000 followers. Okay, I'm choosing to use my platform to spread awareness. I did create the hashtag Enough is Enough. If you click on that, I promise you on TikTok, you're going to see my face. Okay. Unfortunately, not enough people care about gun violence. If I can get to 100,000, which it should happen any day now, I'm just one freaking trend away from getting there. I'm going to use my platform to raise money if I can, to invest in these programs that you're talking about. Invest, most importantly, like people like you who are actually doing something about it. But I'm gonna check up on you. You know what I'm saying? If I give you 50 grand, I want to know what you're doing. So I want to put my money where my mouth is, but I can't do it alone. I have a family to feed as well. Okay. Yes, I do plan to flip a few houses. And I was talking to a mentor of mine, okay, because I do know some people who does galas. And I was going to, I've actually, right now I'm trying to get my broker's license. So that's when the money's going to start coming in, hopefully soon. This gala is probably going to cost me at least $30,000. But what I want to do is invite people in power in my state to come there and donate to, well, there's a few 501c that I've seen. But, you know, putting money in these programs is important. But I really want to help them, you know, these people in these communities. Like Toys for Tots is a wonderful program where they give kids to people without poverty. I want to help them pay their rent. Honestly, I remember what it was like being a single mom and having to struggle to pay my rent. I would love to try to get women off of Section 8 and get them jobs. Maybe helping them become real estate agents. You can make a lot of money as a realtor. It only costs like $300. Go get the classes and do that. If you don't want to do that, there are other entrepreneur jobs that I can maybe help you navigate, you know. Getting them out of the mentality of, I mean, because I have girlfriends that are on Section 8 and in the projects. I have a girlfriend right now who does my hair, and she makes a lot of money.
You know, all it takes is just going to that neighborhood and do a workshop. Sit and invite people to a workshop. Sit down with them and talk to them. Tell them that you're there to help. Show that you're a friendly face. That's all you got to do. Show that you're not out there trying to manipulate them, not giving them bull, and just tell them that what you have that you want to give them. That's all you got to do.
That's my dream. My dream. I'm a woman of God, and I could have been a pastor, a youth pastor. I loved church growing up. But then I felt God told me that he wants me to do something different. And I'm tired of seeing Black men be killed disproportionately. That's where I want to focus on is young Black men. My brother's in jail right now. And the last picture that I saw him online in Hawaii was with a gun. Okay. It's just so sick to me. So I feel the need to, and he's doing hard time now because he just cannot stop getting out of trouble. And he's on drugs. So getting to these communities, getting them connected in programs that are going to help them get out of the streets and get into the books. Education is something that really
but see, getting them into programs is not going to help because those programs, they die and they come back. Make your own program. If you make your own program and then you have them be a part of that program and you make the success happen. It's just like this gentleman that I watched and I've seen and I've seen what he does. He got out of the pen. He started his own little trucking company, but then he educated others that came out that same road that he got, and he created a great business. He actually has a legit business that's making a lot of money, and he helped all those other inmates do the same thing. That's amazing. That's a story. But to sit there
and my mentor, correctional officer. So, you know, being connected with people like that is what I want to do. Like if you introduce me to that person, I would be here taking notes. That's more so what I'm trying to do. But in order to show that I care, I have to put myself out there. And TikTok is how I do it. I started off with the BLM, and then the algorithm pushed me into gun control. I mean, don't ask me, okay? But the more I learned, the more I realized that the gun has a lot to do with my people dying on a day-to-day basis. And I want to do something about it. And all I'm hearing from so many ends of this is to train and educate more on the gun. But nobody's trying to do anything physically. So you want to come there with your pamphlet? you want to bring the gun to them and show them how to unlock it and stuff like that. Show them how to use the gun instead of showing them how to do other things with their brain and their time. The gun is not the only way to protect yourself. I mean, there's so many other things. I meet strangers every day in my business, and I'm really considering on getting a pepper spray. I would feel just as safe. What do you want from me? So what I want to ask you, Patrick, is this. Can you ascertain that homicidal rates are an issue in the Black community?
To me, they're an issue all over. It's not just
we
one.
Don't
if
do
we keep
that.
wait. If we keep separate, that's the whole problem.
You just do what she did.
Let me speak. If we keep separating the issue, nothing gets done. You got to understand that. I understand what you're saying, and I agree. Yes, it is. Let me finish.
Patrick,
I understand.
It's not
wait. Listen. Listen, I understand that's a problem. Listen, I understand. Listen, I understand that's a problem. But as long as we keep separating the issue, nothing gets done about it. When you make it a Black issue, nothing gets done. Nothing gets and do you see anything happening? When do you think this all?
Ain't nobody doing nothing about it.
Right. If you just make it about one group, nothing happens. Nothing happens. Think about it. Let's go back in time. Martin Luther King, when he went and he did his protest, he had to get the people involved. The people he also got involved were Jewish rabbis, and he got pastors and white pastors involved. The reason why is so the world could see, not just one group of people see. If he only got one group of people to look and see, nothing would have happened. Nothing would have changed. You wouldn't have to worry about anything because we would still sit in the same situation.
I'm trying to tell you authentically that I'm around white people and my man is white and he's a correctional officer. Okay? I'm in and I'm trying to tell you, majority of them don't care.
And they didn't care back then either. They had to see.
So
they had to
what
see.
What are we going to do?
They had to see. You get it? They had to see. Change don't come by just preaching to the same group of people.
Right. But I literally don't just talk about Black on Black crime.
It's not about just talking about Black on Black crime. I just
talked about children dying in this country every 2 hours and like 38 minutes. There's no race on that. I'm just talking about kids and teens dying.
Right.
So
and when you look at it, they're trying to do things on kids dying.
What I really want to do is talk about why men are doing all of it, almost.
Lack of job, issues, mental, name it.
Gun violence is not being perpetuated in society by women. We're victims. 57 women a day die. 57 women, not Black, white, Puerto Rican, Latino, Asian. I'm talking about just us. Like 57 of them died due to partnership, domestic violence. But the men are doing it at high rates. Why don't they talk about that? Want to talk about sexism? Why the hell are the men freaking using guns? The gun culture, they like love it or something. I mean, if you want to stop the gun violence, we got to get the guns out of at least men's hands. That would help. Don't tell them you're going to take their guns. They freaking freak out.
No, there's got to be a compromise. There's got to be something.
I mean, if I was a Black man,
you can't just take somebody's gun.
If I was a Black man and somebody told me about Black on Black crime, I'd be like, bro, literally get out of my face with that, because men are just doing it in general. What I find in this debate is that nobody wants to do anything about it. You guys want us to kumbaya in the streets. You want us to talk about culture. Yeah, what do you want us to do? Nobody wants to get rid of the gun. Everybody wants to completely forget that the gun is the problem and that we are the problem. But mental illness is still
now you just said it. If you think about it, you just said it. People want to say that we are the problem. And as long as it keeps being put as black, 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 what does
It's
that
not
tell?
black, black, black. But homicidal rates is black, black, black.
Right. And if you keep saying black, 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 what does that tell you? Nobody want to do nothing about it. Why? Because you keep saying it's a black issue.
Okay, so you're very smart, which I'm very happy because I feel like I'm having a normal conversation, and you don't get your feelings hurt. It's wonderful. But when I tell you that I've been having even a hard time fighting with my men culturally, because they don't care to fix it. White people can fix it. Just like they can fix racism, because there's more of them than us. I don't think people realize how minimal we are, like numbers we are. We are minorities, and we're stuck together. And I don't even think there's that many people. Listen, I drove to Virginia. I didn't see black people for a while. After I left New York City, I drove to New York City. Tons of black people. As soon as I left New York City, I was like, "Where's the black people?" I mean, for going a while, I didn't see black people. We're minorities, and they don't care as much. And they even tell us what the issues are, and black people get fragile when they're saying black on black crime is an issue in Chicago, and then the argument on our side is there is no such thing as black on black crime. But does that stop black people from killing each other when they are in high rates?
No, that I don't know. I don't know too many people that say there is no black on black crime. I don't know that. Should I say black on black shootings,
why is that even
or should I say?
Why is that even
say
a topic? Huh?
Say it again.
Why would white people specifically be screaming that black on black crime is an issue if it wasn't? You think that they're just making this up?
Why you said why are they screaming that now? Why are they screaming it now?
Yeah.
They're screaming now because it's a political talking point.
You
know how long this has been going
issue?
on? Chicago is not new. California was worse than Chicago before Chicago. New York had its own thing. You got to go back to the 70s, the 80s, then the 90s, drugs and all that. Gun violence has been around, especially in the hood.
Oh, I can tell you about the hood. I grew up there. How you doing, sweetheart?
Hi, good.
I grew up there. I grew up with the gangs. You should remember me. I was on your live the other day.
I remember you. And you changed your life around.
Yes, I did. Because I saw how much gun violence is in the south side of Chicago, the south side of Peoria, St. Louis. I've lived in those areas. Now, people need to take responsibility for themselves. As long as equal, we are all equally, we are responsible for what we can do with our lives.
So basically, if there was a black on black problem, it would be up to black people to fix it, right?
If there was, to me, I think it is a proximity, because they don't go out, they don't expand their horizons.
Which is what I just said.
Yeah, they need somebody, and they have to see it for themselves, just like I had to see it for myself. What I could do to change my life around.
Somebody said they who?
Anybody can do it. I mean, we have so much gun violence, period, in the major cities. Why is that?
True.
Why?
I don't live in
the inner city. Why?
Can you tell me why? Sir.
Do you know why?
What was it? No jobs?
Oh, there's plenty of jobs. Just
Then
people
why?
don't want to do them.
Then why?
They think it's easier to go in and take something than it is doing a 9 to 5.
They think we're lazy and that all we do
That's
is do an easy
what's
way
coming
out.
off. That's what's coming off in the inner cities, even though I know it's not true.
Somebody said, "Don't nobody want to work?" Read the comments, Patrick.
I know it's not true because I lived in those cities. I lived in those areas. It's not true, but that's what's becoming out of it. And that's what people are saying. And even though they don't go down there to the, now I'm sorry, most of those people that say, well, it's black on black crime. No, it's not. It's because they don't have the people to go down there and stop what's going on. It's more, people want to get involved and just do talks. You can't do the talk, you got to do the walk.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. You're saying exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but then you got that there's a problem internally. And don't getting into the heads of people's minds, I mean, could create some type of thought process that there's another way.
The only way that I've seen it work is if you go down there and you start with children programs. You do stuff with the kids because, sorry, but the adults, they don't want to listen. They're not going to listen. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. So you got to start with the kids doing after school programs and actually getting them involved with the community.
Okay. Did that help at Sandy Hook? Did that help in Columbine?
I don't know if they had that stuff going on. I don't know too much about those towns, so I cannot say.
Well, mass shootings are worse than gang violence. Shootings are.
Truthfully, when I was growing up, we had a place called Stage 2.
Yeah.
It was a dance club.
Yeah.
And everybody went there. The violence went down because they had somewhere to go to have just release, have some fun. We got to know each other.
Right.
And in that building, 3 gangs at one time was in that building and not one fight.
Sorry, I'm dealing with a cold. Keep going.
Oh, don't worry. You had the Vice Lords, you had the GD, and you had the Latin Kings.
Yeah.
We were all in there and we were all having fun, drinking sodas, dancing the night away.
Right.
But that's when I was younger.
Recreational, like I remember having a skating ring when I lived in Michigan for 2 years in my youth. Everybody would go there. That's a great solution to have recreational areas that kids can go to instead of be worrying about being in the streets. They're in a more controlled environment. I think that's great.
And that's the more stuff we need nowadays because, no offense, they took all that stuff away and look at the crime rate, how it's going right back up. We have nothing for them to do.
I just feel like when it comes to gun control, nobody cares about the data. That there's all these excuses made. The mere fact is, the reason why I'm not out in the streets and I'm on TikTok is because this is free. And I just put in my time right now. But eventually, I think I make like a few cents a day doing this. Eventually, I do hope to be successful. And then I do want to create these programs. But I haven't gotten there yet. I'm just trying to get to 100,000 followers right now, which would be a huge milestone. And then hoping to attach my channel. I told you guys I'm gonna buy a green screen and I'm gonna buy a second mic and I'm gonna start talking to people physically, so that we can try to get more of a larger following, so that we can create these solutions that actually do things, that actually fix these neighborhoods and things like that. So it is what it is.
Yeah, and I'll be right there with you. I'll donate as much as I can.
I really just want people to donate their time and doing what you're doing now, right now. Just being involved and sharing your story. You never know. Somebody could be battling mental illness and come in here and have a gun. And then we just sell them some data.
Yeah.
And it could change their perspective.
Yeah. I mean, people don't realize we have the stuff that we could do, just nobody's doing it.
Right.
And it's not stepping up. We could, I mean, it's not, we're not going to solve all the problems in the world. Because once we solve one, another one's going to arise. I've learned that lesson.
Right.
But we can take it one step at a time and getting closer to it and being better.
Right. And I get that, and that's great. And Patrick, that's amazing that you do. Education is important, but people are still dying. That's my problem. That's my problem.
Yep.
Every 2 hours and 38 minutes, a kid dies, right?
Yep.
Wow. And you guys want to talk about education? How the hell is that going to save a kid right now? I want to do something dramatic to tackle gun violence. It's just so sad to me. Oh yeah, 4 countries. I think this is the last part I'm going to do because we keep having the same conversations, but it's good. 4 countries that tackled gun violence. So this is my favorite article due to gun control. Because it talks about the UK, Australia, Japan, and Germany have all taken measures to reducing gun homicides. So I want to just emphasize this: reducing gun homicides is something that we need to do. That's not infringing the Second Amendment, right?
No.
And when I said that homicidal rates are plaguing the Black community more than any other community, that's why that should be a focus. Because if we could tackle it there, then we could tackle it in our country, right? Because that's just what it is. And for anybody to be upset that I'm going to the source on a psychological standpoint first before I can physically do something, I'm not capable. I don't have Beyonce money yet. I don't have Oprah money yet. But if I could, I would go there, and I would be the governor of the town, or something. I'd be involved dramatically. Because what I'm saying is, we all should be saying this. If you are a pro guns person, you should be concerned that our gun homicides aren't reduced, because your gun rights could be restricted. So if you use your gun appropriately, you should be a gun control advocate, because you're law-abiding and you're not breaking the law, and you don't want your rights to be taken away. But when you sit here and you make excuses and you continue on enabling, criminals and mentally ill to continue to use the gun, and now you want to educate them, that's not good. It's not going to change anything.
No.
We have got to be a part of reducing gun violence. Let's see here. Even the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting that left 20 first graders dead. Which, do you guys even feel anything when I tell you that? 20 first graders in my town, in my state, not my town. I live near Sandy Hook, but not in Sandy Hook. Was not enough to convince American lawmakers to pass new gun control laws. Now, do new gun control laws enforce? No. Who do you think does the enforcements? Right? It's just a part of gun control that we're not changing nothing. With many people seeing the ownership of guns as a crucial check on government tyranny. That's what you guys all say, but it's not even true. Like fear. The countries. What'd you say?
To me, I think they need to do a psychological test every 2 years to see if you can keep your gun.
I think every year, to be honest, just like a screening. Okay.
That's fine with me.
And that's what I always say. Like, I want the gun laws to be stricter on that in that sense. Like, every year you should have to renew your gun license. The country's highest court has ruled that outright bans or civilian ownership of handguns are unconstitutional. So high courts, Supreme Courts, they don't want to take away your guns. So you guys are sitting here talking about it's a tyrannical government, but our government is saying it would be unconstitutional to ban your gun. But they don't say that it would be unconstitutional to restrict it. After similar mass shootings, other countries have taken more dramatic steps to regulate gun ownerships. Okay, again, we have not done that. How many gun violence related deaths do we need to take dramatic measures into making it hard to commit this crime called murder? All right. A look at 4 countries show that tougher gun laws have been central to these efforts. So when I tell you these countries have made a change in their gun violence death rates, I'm not making this up. I'm reading to you guys, right? So these aren't my thoughts. These aren't my feelings. These are literally information that you guys should ascertain. But that enforcement and culture may also play an important role in preventing violence. So nobody's denying that culture and the enforcement of these laws isn't a problem. That's a problem. But the guns are the reason. So the UK, I talked to you guys already about this. Look up the Dublin massacre. 16 children, 5 years old, 6 years old. Along with okay, in 1996. I remember one time I did a live here and I said I wasn't born yet. I don't know why I thought that. I was like 11 or something like that. So in 1996, a classroom shooting had occurred in many places, including Nashville, San Diego, and South Carolina. So the shock and collective grief of the whole nations resonated from the northmost point of Scotland to the tip of Cornwall. So what this means is you guys, when these 16 kids that were 5 and 6 died in this classroom with this teacher.
Yep.
Okay. They're white. Okay. So stop saying I only talk about black on black crime. Okay. Because this is a whole white room full of kids at 5 and 6 murdered. And look at this beautiful teacher, just probably dedicated her freaking life to these kids. She couldn't even protect them.
I don't know about that one guy down in Texas. I can't remember what his name was. Walked into a school, shot up a hole from first grade up. It was about 8 to 10 years ago.
Wow, that's horrible.
Texas.
It's like you guys want to sit here and still talk about your freaking style of guns. Like, one was enough for me. This has been happening since 1996 and even prior to that. And America is still obsessed with their guns. Public pensions, most notably by the Snowdrop, blah, blah, blah. So they call for a total ban on the private ownership and use of handguns in the UK. Signed by 750,000 people, it was symbolic of the weight of public opinion. Guess what? I want to do that so bad. I want to do that. I want to create that.
You do, let me know.
Is that it's unconstitutional. So we're not going to ban guns. So 9 years before Dublin, and by the way, this is the 9-year anniversary of Sandy Hook. There had been Hungerford, where Michael Ryan went on a rampage through Berkshire town, killing 16 people in a series of random shootings before turning the gun on himself, which is what they do. Cowards.
Yeah, she does. It's not just black on black crime. It's crimes, period. Because, no offense, people do this no matter what color they are. They don't think. They just react with their emotions.
You know what? RSF 1956 to call me a child and say that I'm all over the place, and I'm literally reading an article. Please do better.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm sitting here reading the comments.
Yeah, they're trolls. So
and unable to understand an article that I'm taking my time in my life to read, so that you guys can understand that I'm not making things up.
She's not making the stats up. She's not making any of this stuff up.
It's just she's
being honest with everybody here.
Yeah, and Black people take it as an attack, and white people take it as an aggressive behavior. They think that I'm trying to infringe their Second Amendment. So no wonder why gun violence is an issue in America, because people are too fragile, they're too offended, and they're not doing anything about it.
You know why the guns are out of control? Is because people are afraid, and they're like, "Oh, I got to have a gun to control myself." You want to know something?
Are not stats or facts. It's not credible source. There's a difference, but you don't even know the credible source. So right now I just have tons of freaking. So I'm just going to ignore you guys. But with the landslide, and actually, let me see here. Gun homicide in Scotland were 96. But what I want to do is talk about, so Japan. DJ said, I feel like it starts at home. Absolutely. We could all make a difference in our children's lives, making sure that we're educating them on gun violence. If you're saying there's no credible sources, then they aren't facts. Blue Moon, you gone. Japan has what may be the closest to any country to come to a zero tolerance of gun ownership, a policy that experts say contribute its enviously low rate of gun crime. So Japan has a zero tolerance, and they are the poster child of ameliorating gun crime. So you can't say that having a zero tolerance doesn't work, because it works in Japan. Let's see here. As of 2011, legal gun ownership stood at 271,000, according to police records, in a country of 127 million people. So what does that tell us? There are less guns than people, complete opposite of this country. So we can start there. There were 6 reported gun deaths in Japan in 2014, which is what I always say because I read this article before. According to the National Police Agency, in 2006, just 2 people were killed in gun attacks. Just 2. E.T. Ni. When the number rose to 22 in 2007, it prompted a bout of national soul searching. Okay. In his seminal 1993 paper for the Age of Pacific Law Review, whose conclusion still holds true more than 20 years later, David Capel described Japan's gun control laws as the most stringent in the democratic world. Stringent. Am I saying that right? In 1958, law on the possession of swords and firearms states, no one shall possess a firearm or firearms or a sword or swords. Among the few expectations are shotguns, but here too the restrictions would cause outrage among American gun owners. That was a 1958 law of possession of swords and firearms. So, criminals do not care about gun laws. Why make it harder for someone to defend themselves? But because everybody's crazy, that's why. Until we get our guns under control, we don't even know who the criminals are, okay? Mere fact is, people that aren't criminals are still breaking the law with a gun. So you understand? It's a problem. But all across the board. People are legal abiding citizens until when? With guns. Until when? You're gone. I like that there's not that many people here, so I can get rid of you guys. I hope that when I block you, you're blocked indefinitely. Let me see here. Settings. Block accounts. Ooh, there's so many. I have lots of blocked people. Because you can give articles all day, but what is your proposal? To follow their lead. To do what has been proven to work. My guns haven't committed any crimes yet. Just because you outlaw guns doesn't mean criminals won't have them. Well, that's why we have the police. See all these excuses? So Japan did a great job. Australia is next. And you guys wonder why I do this? Because I'm studying. Even though I've already read this. The more I study, the more I get better at debating. So, it is what it is. And plus, Jeff isn't home for another 5 minutes. Hi, Richmond. Shoot. The only thing outside my door is freaking raccoons. Go run and tell that. Oh, exhausting. Exhausting. I need decaf coffee. I mean, if people don't want to change, they don't have to change. I mean, could you imagine me saying, oh, yeah, I tried to be a gun control activist on TikTok, but, like, people just, like, love their guns and didn't want to do anything about it. They didn't want to fix anything. Just want to keep on using your guns. I freaking try to bring forth information about Black people and how homicide is plaguing our communities. And then you think I'm attacking our community. It's like, why? I'm trying to help. But nobody cares. So if you don't want my help, it's fine. But I'll still help the children. Let's see if this thing works now. So, it's getting late. Only 40 of us here in the room. I got a little bit more time. When I get my burger slices, I won't have this much time. Hi, Amber. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah.
I've been for a minute, so I just had a question. I'm a pro gun. We do have
You are?
guns. I do have kids about guns and gun safety and all that stuff. I was ready.
I'm kind of breaking in and out. I don't know why. I can kind of hear some things.
If it doesn't get better, I'll go.
Oh no, I hear you now. Okay, so you were saying that you have kids.
I have kids. We are pro gun. Believe in having guns and right from wrong guns, that guns used inappropriately can kill. And we teach that. But my question is, when it comes to gun control, let's just say we do the extreme thing and we say, okay, we're gonna take away all guns, right? So tell all the law-abiding citizens to, hey, turn in guns, we'll give you money for them. How are we gonna get the guns off the street?
Mm-hmm.
Because
how are we gonna get the guns off the street? Well, yeah. What don't you think we'd be able to see who the people that aren't following the law are if people are volunteering to abide by this new enacted restriction in order to get to the criminal? Because if criminals aren't going to give up their gun, but yet law-abiding citizens will willingly give up their gun, then don't you think during that time frame, right, let's say 6 months to a year, we would be able to get to the guns? Because if you are a law-abiding citizen, you don't have the gun.
Well, it's law-abiding citizens actually get the gun, because I'll tell you right now, I would fight it. But
okay, so right there, can we just sit in that truth real quick? What you said, well, I want to just really emphasize on that, because the truth is what sets us all free, and you are very honest. You said with your own words that I will fight to keep my gun.
Oh yeah.
But you just said that you are a law-abiding citizen.
And I would fight it in the...
You're not. This is my point. You're not a law-abiding citizen if you're breaking the law. And if the law is that for an X amount of time, we need to clean our country because our guns are killing children every 2 hours and 38 minutes. Okay. And if you can't listen to that, and just like with the COVID, people are either getting the vaccine or they're getting the test. I love that we have the option to do either or, because I took the test and it was a great alternative. Okay. Alternatively, you could use another form, maybe a gun or whatever. Or let's just say just the AR-15s and maybe the most extreme guns out there. Right? If you're not going to follow by the law, but then you're willing to break the law, because when you said, I will fight to keep my gun. Well, who are you fighting? The government? Who are you fighting? These associations that are trying to clean up the streets? Who are you going to fight? What are you going to do with your gun? If I had the right and I can go to your house, and honestly, where's your gun right now? Is it locked and you have kids in your home? Is it locked?
My gun's on my husband's hip. And mine is locked.
Okay, so your gun is on your husband's hip?
His is on his hip. Mine is locked up.
Okay, and are the kids in your home?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's completely unacceptable. And I'm just thinking about this. They're your children, but I think your children are in danger because of that matter. I do. They should be locked up in your house. Your husband shouldn't be having it on his hip. What happens if he falls asleep or if he accidentally sets it off? It happens. What happens if he gets drinks or gets mad at you or something like that? You don't know how people are in their minds. You know what I mean? Even if it's your husband, you don't know.
The fact is, I don't know if my neighbor come marching at my house with a gun and blow my family up.
Yeah, but that's hypothetically speaking.
I can't live in fear.
But you.
Is
exactly, you shouldn't live in fear.
If let's say that all law-abiding citizens hand over their guns to the government, you still have guns on the street. In order to get the guns from the criminals, how are you going to do that?
I just told you. And you told me exactly what the common answer is with people that are law-abiding citizens, is that they are willing to fight the people that are trying to clean the streets away from the criminals in order just to possess their gun. There's a sense of protection. And like I said, you're already breaking the law to me. 1 out of 3 homes has a gun that is not locked and secured, that is going to get a hold of a child and is going to kill it. Every 2 hours. Since I've been doing TikTok tonight, 2 kids have died, statistically. Because 1 out of every 3 homes has a family that doesn't lock their guns. One of the laws that I would love to enact immediately is that if you have a house with children, that your guns be locked, it's secured, mounted on the wall. And this is something that I got from Norway. They do that. They have very strict laws. They didn't say you couldn't have your gun, but if you're in your house, it needs to be locked.
I told you, my gun is locked.
Yours is. You're doing fine, but your husband, no offense, you said that his gun is on his hip, and it shouldn't be on his hip.
He is out and about doing what he needs to be doing, and his gun is on his hip. He has full legal.
Is he not in the house?
He's not home right now.
Okay, I was under the impression that he was home, walking around with his gun on his hip. So when he comes home, what does he do with that gun?
It gets put away.
Okay.
But my question, it goes back to, how are you going to get the guns from the criminals? Because
I just told you, and you said that you would start war, pretty much.
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
And I never said I would shoot anybody or physically.
No, you said you were going to fight. That's what you said.
Legally, in order
to okay.
get my guns back.
Okay, okay. That's different.
Gun that I'm gonna just start shooting people or fist.
Okay.
But hypothetically, if every law-abiding citizen hand over their guns, and then we have criminals that have guns on the street, how are you gonna get them away? Because
I just told you. I just told you. I just told you. I can't tell the difference. As a gun control person that's trying to advocate for these kids that are dying, You're a parent, and I'm a parent, and I can't imagine losing my child to gun violence at school at lunchtime, Oxford, Michigan.
No, and my kids don't go to.
Okay, so well, one of my kids goes to Catholic school, my other ones don't, and a girl did die at my daughter's school. She got stabbed with a knife. So I think these, and now you can't even get into the school. They have made extreme precautions since then. But to take kids out of a public school, it could be expensive. One of my kids, $700 a month, me and my fiance pay, which he should be home any now. And you're going to see a correction officer walk in the door with no gun. Okay, he has to leave the prison with inmates. Oh, here he's home. You know, I can understand that you want to protect your family, but do you understand that 57 women, let's just say, die a month? Hi, babe.
Okay, I understand that other
What?
take guns.
Yes, Jeffrey.
That I get it happens way more than it used to. However, if hypothetically again, if all the law-abiding citizens hand over their guns and the criminals have guns, waiting it out to kind of judge and see who a criminal is, that at some point, yes, those criminals are going to end up shooting somebody else and killing somebody, and then you'll be able to get their gun from that.
Are you aware that police are paid by our hardworking tax money to police our towns? Are you aware that we pay for them to do their job, and that's to make sure that our towns are safe and that criminals are being held accountable?
So
and they have guns.
The only way to get the guns from the criminals would be to either one, go raid every house in the state, every house in the U.S. You'd have to.
I wouldn't mind that. I think that's great. I think that's a great idea.
And by the time you get done with a quarter of one state, the police or we'll just put it by county. Let's say county police officers to raid every house in their county. By the time you get half the county done, those criminals have got new guns that have been smuggled in.
Okay, who's smuggling them in there?
I don't know. I don't smuggle guns.
Right. So you're going to need like a detective. You're going to need people that are policing the towns with high crime. Okay, so like I don't even look at the news really that much pertaining to guns, and it's happening so rapidly in a town near me called New Haven, Connecticut. It actually has a nickname called Gun Wave in New Haven. As a full-time realtor, I really have been careful not to mention it, but because I want to be honest, I'm not going to lie about it. I mean, even I don't even walk in that town after 8 o'clock. It's called Gun Wave in New Haven. They have a buyback program right now. The police lady that's always on the news has made a point to start a program where they pay for you for the guns and they turn the tools into garden tools. Okay, so the buyback program is something that has been proven to work.
And what happens when that money runs out and they can't?
You think that money will run out of a country that's printing money?
Well, I mean, look at our system. If that was the case, it was so easy to print money, then there wouldn't be poor people, right? Because we could just print money and give everybody money, and then there would be no problem.
Well, how about this? Start taxing churches. They're getting away with freaking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of tax money that could be pushed into the police force. Listen, my man is as a correctional officer. That's why when people say you like BLM and you back the blue, yeah, I back the blue. And I think we need to fund them. I don't think that they're doing their jobs well, to be honest. I think they're overwhelmed in these cities, and I think they're scared for their lives. Okay, so some black people will say that if we went to Chicago, where I guess a lot of black people live, and we over police them, that they're going to deal with racism. So I think it's imperative to make sure that diversity in the police force is imperative, right? And I think this happened in 1994, the 1994 crime bill. They really got strict with crime because crime was on a rise. It was very it was a problem, right? And it did work. What is the complaint that mostly people complain about Joe Biden? That he drafted the 1994 crime bill, which put a lot of people in jail. People still complain about it. But Kamala Harris put a lot of black people in jail. Well, they should have been breaking the crime.
Right, but
breaking the law.
My concern
Sorry.
is, we can have all the gun control we want. We're never going to get a single gun.
Okay, did you say never? Because I never say that. Except for when I say I never say that.
Well, I mean,
I like your position. I love that you are able to have these debates and you're not emotional. It's great. And you make some valid points. What? That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. But I don't think thank you, Grace. I don't think you well, I don't want to assume what you think. Let's talk about these kids. Your mom, I'm a mom. I'm a mother, 3 kids. Okay? And the numbers are substantial with killing kids. Almost 200,000 kids have died. And I just did this with, I don't think it's still open. The stats on children dying due to the gun is horrible. They don't have a gun. These poor kids that are vulnerable in these houses dying unintentionally because people aren't locking it. You might be locking your gun, but 1 out of 3 homes, which means your neighbor isn't locking their gun. A kid's going to get it. A kid's going to die. Okay? Kids are dying dramatically because of these guns. And adults just want to sit here and talk about why they still need it.
The other thing to that, I don't think it's as simple as having a super strict gun control, but the way that people are in the U.S., to me, it's not a reality.
It's not a reality? What's not a reality?
In order to get all the guns off the shelf, to me, it's not real.
Okay, so did you know it's not real? So so what is real to you though? That in 2019, it says more kids died from gun violence than the COVID.
That doesn't surprise me. My stance is the teaching. I could literally take my gun and put it on my table and tell my kids to pick it up, and they would leave the room.
Have you done that? Have you done that?
I actually.
Yeah, and how old are your kids?
Walk away. My kids are 5 and 10.
Okay, so this is another testimony that I never degrade you as a parent. I'm pretty sure you're a great parent, but to me that's very dangerous. These kids on I did go to college, don't even have the psychological ability to ascertain really right from wrong at this point. That childhood development stage is very fragile. They're not stupid, but they're not mature enough to make decisions to use a deadly. What you do is you're making them interested. They don't know that this could kill somebody. They can't even conceptualize what killing is at that age. And if you're teaching your kids how to kill at such age, no wonder those kids are getting the guns and killing people that are bullying them because they've been taught that's how you defend yourself.
No.
How do you figure? You gave your 5-year-old a gun. That is so unacceptable to me as a parent. You just said that. You said you gave your 5 and 10-year-old your gun.
On the table, and I said, "Go ahead, pick it up," and they said no. And the reasoning why both of them said
You're testing them with the gun? Was there bullets in there?
No, it was not loaded at the time. The reason they told me they would not pick it up is one.
I hear you. I'm just gonna get a cup of coffee, but I hear you. Keep talking.
We're not at Target. It's about kids. You have to.
If somebody else who agrees or disagrees or whatever wants to come on, I probably have just a little bit longer. It's a good conversation to have, to be honest, to talk about the kids, because I get tired of talking about black people killing black people because a lot of black people don't want to understand it's a freaking issue. But yeah, if anybody wants to come on, please do, because it's serious. It's a serious. It's a concern. That you're not concerned what your gun is capable of doing.
Because my gun
Your gun is the same gun that has killed 57 women this month.
A gun sitting on a table unless there is somebody holding that gun.
But why be so loose with your gun? Why don't you just lock your gun up? Why would you even test your children? Like, I just don't get the gun culture where I'm gonna teach my kid. You're not the only person I've talked to that has allowed their kids to use the gun. One guy said that he just leaves his gun around and his kids just know not to touch it. Are you kidding me?
I don't do that.
I have a 5-year-old right now. I have to continue to tell him to keep his hands out of his mouth because my fiance doesn't like with all the germs. He's constantly putting his hands in his mouth. How many times do I have to tell my kid to not put his hands in his mouth? He doesn't listen.
That's completely.
Just the cognitive level of a child. This is psychology 101. Is not capable of understanding the repercussions of holding a deadly weapon.
Children actually know a lot more value.
Your kids do. My kids have never seen a gun, don't touch a gun, don't know anything about a gun, don't want nothing to do with a gun.
So when they get older, are they going to be curious about guns?
I hope not. I hope not. I hope not.
That's why I'm very strong about teaching my kids, right, when it comes to guns.
These are my kids. They're older now. This is when they were little. And not once. My son, Nicky, is now almost 12. He's playing basketball. He was about 5 at this age. I could not imagine even having a gun around them, let alone having neighbors with guns. I'd rather teach them how to love. And I know that sounds corny. I'd rather teach them how to take multiple precautionary measures before they feel like they need to use a gun. I mean, I have a business. I have my own real estate LLC. I want to teach my kids how to find neighborhoods that are conducive. I mean, I can imagine my daughter, who's now 14, a few years she's going to college. None of my kids will ever rent. They're all going to own their home. I can imagine my kids being like, not asking about the neighborhood. And the first thing I'm going to do is look online and think, oh my God, there's like a freaking kid dying every freaking 2 days in this neighborhood. You're not living there. I'm not going to put my kids in a neighborhood where I fear that they're going to die because you're not going to always, well, let's talk about this. You're not going to always have your gun.
No.
And most criminals know what they're doing.
I use my gun for hunting, for shooting.
Okay.
And I would hope that I would never have to use it. I don't want to.
Did you guys hear about that one situation where the man sorry, I just remember this story. That a man, he didn't want to be with his wife anymore or some shit like that. And I hope we're all adults here. And he took her hunting. And he ended up killing, like he ended up shooting her instead of like a deer. Like, how does that happen?
That goes back to.
So she went with him with the gun. They thought they were going hunting. He was hunting her.
That goes back to a mental aspect in my.
So, what did it take for him to accidentally kill his wife? Oops, sorry, she's out now.
That situation, in my opinion, probably wasn't an accident, but I don't know the facts of that case. I don't know the circumstances of that case, so I can't make a valid opinion on something that I don't have facts for.
But it was an accident.
If it was an accident, it sounds like
it wasn't. There was no way in the world you accidentally kill somebody that you freaking married at a freaking hunting ground.
I'm 30 years old. I have been shooting since I was probably a year and a half, 2 years.
Okay.
I have always been taught by that there is for a gun.
Yeah, it's part of your culture.
Target practice, for the fun of it, and hunting.
Are you an officer?
No.
Do you have like a job where like security, something where
No,
you need your gun?
I'm actually a stay-at-home mom that resells. I resell.
Okay. Have you ever been robbed before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And where were you?
I was one time I was at my friend's house, and we were robbed at it was technically her mom's house. While we were watching it, we were robbed there. And I actually worked at a strip club down in Detroit, and people came in there armed with guns. And the strip club was what was robbed at that point.
Right. So there was another guy that I talked to on here. He was only 16, and some 3 grown men. If you guys have been here, you guys know the story. I came in there, and he thought that they were going to hurt his siblings who were younger, and he used his AR-15 and shot all of them, and one of them died. Do you think you would have used your gun if you were home and that robber went into the house?
I would have taken their measures for going for it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I would have used other measures before going for my gun.
Wow, so you actually are the most logical person I think I've talked to in a while on here, because a lot of people say the first thing they would have done is pop the cap.
Because of the fact that I was with now, I was brought up, I learned about guns, what they should be used for, what they shouldn't be used for. I was raised to know other methods other than going directly for a gun. That's why my opinion is not to go straight for a gun. And that's why
that's great.
Teaching kids about guns. Because
you want to teach kids about guns.
Well, I hate it that way. I don't want to. I don't think we necessarily encourage kids to, have an interest in guns, but we need to teach them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We need
teach them what? Teach them what?
We need to
about the gun?
Different methods of protecting themselves. We need to teach them that guns are more so for hunting and for, the fun range. Me and my husband have competitions all the time. Sometimes I do a hell of a lot better than him in range, and other times he hits the target better than me. So thing like that.
Yeah.
But to me, it's all about teaching education.
Yeah, but do you understand the culture difference? Like, I would never teach my kids how to use guns. Like, my son right now, he's 5 years old. He knows every capital in every state. He doesn't even need really even a picture or anything. My son can tell you where everything is. He's completely memorized every planet, every dwarf planet. He's also right now working on the body anatomy. Like, he can tell you what a gallbladder is, where it is, and what it does, as well as the lungs and other parts of the body. Everything that he got for Christmas was educational, not because of me or my fiance, because he's just been around that as a culture. Reading and educating is fun for him. Okay, my son is obsessed. He is obsessed with the states right now. Crazy. And he has to tell me like what the heart. He's always got to tell me information pertaining to things he's learning, because we had set that up when he was very young. So instead of learning about the gun, my son wants to know how to do heart transplants. Okay, so you have to understand that when people are saying that the gun is so important to teach your children, but yet they don't know how to wipe their own butts, that's a problem. Okay, I'm living proof that if you teach your kids about education, okay, so maybe my son could learn something about the guns, but I don't feel that subject is going to help him in his life. And he's not even old enough to ascertain. Like, if I told my son right now at 5 years old, and I have a 5, 12, and 14-year-old. If I told my 5-year-old, Jordan, this is a gun, you don't touch it. My son would be like, why are we even talking about it then?
Well, you act like my kids are so interested in guns.
I'm not saying that your kids are interested in guns. What I'm saying is you introduce them to the gun, so they probably know more about the gun than my son does.
Right.
And so could you imagine at 5 years old, your son goes to private school. I have a private school. So does mine. My son goes to Catholic school.
My kids homeschool. They don't.
Okay, so if they, but let's just say you did though. Could you imagine the conversation between your 5-year-old and my 5-year-old?
When my son public school, he went to public school about a year and 6 years. He never talked to other kids about this.
So you don't think that this is something that they would talk about if you have it around them? And I mean, I think that was like probably the first thing I'd probably talk about. I'd be like, did you believe I held a gun? Do you know what a gun is?
No.
Like my point is, they shouldn't know anything about the gun. They shouldn't know. They shouldn't be around. They shouldn't be. If you can't buy it, if you can't possess it legally, then you shouldn't be holding it. You shouldn't be being taught about it. You shouldn't be educated about it. Are you going to teach your 5-year-old about alcohol or cigarettes?
My kids know a lot about alcohol because their grandmother's an alcoholic, and how else do you explain her crazy tendency that it is injustice? I'm very honest.
Yeah, I love that. No, that's great.
I don't take my kids out shooting all the time. My kids have shot a gun, each of them, once in their life. They've never.
Okay, so they did use a gun.
I never said that they didn't. They have used guns, but I'm not like, okay, let's go shoot guns. I don't encourage like shooting guns with them and doing all that. But I want them to know what a gun is, what damage a gun can do, and why you should not use a gun when it comes to people. Why guns are meant for hunting.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like.
No, I understand that you mean well, but what I'm saying is it could go left if you ever give them access.
What do you mean?
I would just never, ever give them the code or the lock or tell your husband. Yeah. So I think that's important. So because okay, so one thing I would love to do if I could have my own program is, because I know you're a gun owner, I would just like pop at your house anytime I want, like one time a year.
No.
Exactly. You say no, I would mandate it, because I need to know that you're high risk.
So could I come into?
I think you're mildly risky. I mean, if I'm screening you, right? Everything that you said sounds good, but I want to see it. I want proof.
Okay, so now.
Because I don't trust nobody with a gun in this country.
So, if that was the case, and that every gun owner had to go through an inspection once a year.
Yeah, absolutely.
What gun owners, could they go into your house and say, we want to make guns?
I don't have a gun, so there's no need for that.
Okay. That's not my question. My question is, if I have to, as a gun owner, allow somebody into my house to inspect that I'm doing what needs to be done with my guns, why would it not be the same for a non-gun owner to make sure that they don't have illegal guns in their house?
Because, well, okay, so what you're saying is not only I think that's fine too, to be honest. I think that's fine. You can come to my house. I think that's absolutely fine. You not only can come in my house and check for guns, I'm also gonna make you lunch and make you a freaking drink. You can actually hang out. We can watch a movie, Netflix. Okay, so
like
what'd you say? What'd you say? Okay, well.
Please, I don't like it.
Okay, well, guess what? That's why we're different. You know, I don't have a guns, and I don't plan on breaking the law, and I don't even think about the guns in my life. I think about coming up, business. I'm trying to learn how to cook. You know what I'm saying? I'm not thinking about guns. And actually, if I want to eat, I just go to the grocery store. So, I mean, it's just a lifestyle. It's just a lifestyle that some people have wrapped around the gun that enables gun violence deaths to persist. I don't care about losing the gun. I don't have a gun in my life. So if you had a gun in you and I don't you think that makes me vulnerable? What if I piss you off and I know you got a gun? Who do you think is more dangerous? You or me? You.
I think it depends on the...
No, if you got a gun and I ain't got no gun, you are the perpetrator.
Yeah, it's assumed that because...
No. You have a gun.
That I'm going to use it.
Well, listen, I don't know you from nothing. So how am I supposed to just assume that because you say you're a law-abiding citizen, that you're going to do everything you're supposed to do?
Well, how am I supposed to assume that you, even if you tell me you don't have a gun, I'm going to assume you.
So come to my house, and you can see I don't have a gun.
Well, what I'm saying is, if we're out in public, right, and we get into a little argument or whatever it may be, and you tell me you don't have a gun,
you know what, Daddy Chetty? How about this?
I'm gonna assume that everybody around me has a gun.
Bye.
I'm gonna assume everybody around me. I'm
right, but you're deflecting. You're deflecting as a gun owner in the real life. You're saying, well, let me worry about your guns. And I'm like, I ain't got no guns. I'm talking about your gun.
You want to
and
know
the Okay, so my correctional officer fiance works in a jail and a prison where, you know what I'm saying, the criminals are all walks of life. He works at jail. So it don't matter what you do. You could kill 12 people, 20 people, it don't matter. You coming through the jail with Jeffrey. Jeffrey doesn't have a gun. The reason why is because they believe the inmates can use it against them. How is that even freaking possible? How is that even possible? Because are you telling me that you can have a gun and somebody can still grab it from you? That's exactly what I'm telling you.
That's the difference. Is they had a gun on them, on their hip, easily visible. It would be easy to access from anybody around them. Most gun owners outside of a prison, legal gun owners, they are following the laws. When it's concealed, it's concealed. Nobody around them knows they have gun there. So you're not going to see a gun on them and say, oh, I can grab a gun.
Are you talking about correctional officers? They don't have guns.
Right. What I'm saying is if they allowed correctional officers to have guns, they would require them to have them on their hip, open, easy to access. Because
you're saying if they require, because my whole argument is that they don't have them.
If they did, they required them.
But they don't. So that's hypothetically speaking.
Right. If
so
gun,
why? What's the point of that?
Because you were talking about that then against them.
Yeah, they don't have guns because they could be used against them. So you're saying if they have guns, then what now?
Because you said that you didn't understand how a inmate would be able to get a gun from them and use it against them.
Oh no, I was being facetious. I totally get how somebody could take a gun from you, and that's my point. It's like you have a gun, and you think, I mean, you look like you're probably what, 5 foot something. I'm 5'6". You could be like, you're shorter, right?
Like 4'7".
Right. I just want to emphasize this, Amber. Women aren't the problem in this country pertaining to guns. Can I say that even with your children in the house with the guns, we're not the problem. Statistically, 90, what is it? No, what did I say? I think I read 86% of like most gun violence, which is what I'm talking about. Gun violence is being done by men. Right. I only try to talk to you about this as a parent because I have the stats pertaining to childrensdefense.org. And I was just trying to get some empathy from you as a parent about all these kids dying.
Right.
And so, like, as a parent, I couldn't defend something that's being used to kill kids at high rates. So I just want to know, what do you feel about that part?
Well, obviously, I think the fact that kids are dying of anything, whether it's guns.
Okay, so deflection though? Deflecting?
I don't want kids to be dying.
Okay.
But I also live by the motto that if let's say I was at your house, right? Somebody breaks in, they have a gun. My motto.
How are they going to get in my house if my doors are locked?
Okay.
I really want to know.
Hear me out. If we're all hanging out, like, say me, you, or kids, somebody breaks in and they got a gun. I was raised to be the one
shoot
to
them.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to step in front. If that person, let's say a person puts a gun to your child, I'm going to make sure I'm in between your child and that gun so your child can get to safety.
That's wonderful.
I wasn't raised to go for a gun.
That's wonderful. That's actually a perspective from a gun ownership person here in America that I haven't heard. I've heard so many of you guys talk about like you guys are quick to use the gun, which is very refreshing to know.
Not all are quick to use guns. You know what I mean? Like if I was in there in the let's say I'm 11.
Yeah, I will never own a gun. I plan to come up in this country. I'm telling. I plan to be a millionaire in the next 5 years. Ain't no town that I spend my hard working money in. I'm gonna be worrying about freaking looking over my shoulder. My standards are way too high. Sorry.
I don't look over.
I am not living anywhere where I know for a fact I'm gonna have to have freaking weapons in my house.
I don't feel like I have a weapon in my house too.
We did get our car stolen, which is why we're moving. We got our car stolen out of 6 years of living here. My fiance came outside. He's like, well, so there's these teenagers that have been, people that live in middle class areas. They seem to be targeted by robbers. So I'm not safe because I'm in a more deemed safe neighborhood because they target our communities. But that's all it took for me to really want to move indefinitely. Okay, I love my house. I've
gone through multiple times.
We're out. How would you say?
My truck's been gone through multiple times on my driveway.
Okay, so
I'll like rummage through whatever, to me, what am I gonna do about it? What are you gonna do?
Something.
I have in there?
Okay, so child and teen gun deaths hit a 19-year high in 2017 and have remained elevated since. In 2019, 9 children and teens were killed with guns each day in America. 1 every 2 hours and 36 minutes. Guns killed more children and teens than cancer, pneumonia, influenza, asthma, HIV, AIDS, and opiates combined. While mass shootings grabbed fleeting public and policymakers' attention, routine gunfire took the lives of more children and teens every week than the Parkland, Sandy Hook, and Columbine massacre combined. So what they're saying is mass shootings are horrible and they kill massively. What is that? Just a routine gunfire, which could be revolvers or whatever like that, are doing more damage than these AR-15s, which is an argument of people that love their AR-15s like to have. So it is what it is. So since 1963, nearly 193,000 children, that's why I said almost 200,000, of teens and kids have been killed by guns on American soil. More than 4 times the number of U.S. soldiers killed in action in the Vietnam, Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, and Iraq wars combined. And then it goes on to talk about injuries. The injuries of guns are like even worse.
Disputing that people are harming other people. I'm not just.
I'm sorry. What are you saying?
I'm not disputing the fact that people are with guns.
Right. And somebody said, Melanie said, those are by people who obtain gun illegally. How can you make such a assumed proposition on the topic? I mean, that sounds like speculation 100%. To just assume that all of them were illegal.
Host,
when
ask
go ahead.
Clarification on your proposed solution for all of the gun violence.
I've made this statement, and our friend here, Amber, I think she opposes this proposal. I believe that we should follow what has worked, these proven method systems in certain countries that have ameliorated or at least lowered their gun violence deaths. Norway, what I see the trend in these countries is that they have made drastic change to their gun laws and made them the strictest or stricter. Leaving the gun laws where they are right now in this country would be reckless. I understand we have gun laws in place, but every state is different. Every town, every municipality or whatnot is different. We have got to make them all the same and have if you're not going to have a zero tolerance, I have a zero tolerance. you need to tone it down a lot. You need to tone it up a bit, at least 15 to 20 notches. All right. So using what works to me is what we need to do, whatever that may be. We need tons of associations in every town, especially in towns with high crime rate, a division of the police force, if you will, maybe even a civilian division, where there's a concentration on monitoring the town. Okay, criminals are not going to do criminal things when they think that they can get away with it. You have to do things that work. Like, for instance, just having body cams on police officers has lowered police brutality. Look it up. Because they're not going to do it if they think they're going to get caught. So even here in Connecticut, in a town called New Haven, which I always say, like, the nickname's Gun Wave in New Haven, and I live right next to it, to tell you the truth. I just don't live there. They have cameras on poles, and there's a blue light. They're everywhere.
Well,
surveillance to me is
I see. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. I have tons of solutions. I just don't know why other gun lovers especially don't, because I think your guys' gun is in trouble. I think you guys' rights could be infringed, because I'm seeing more officials get involved in this topic. So go ahead. It's not just me.
I think things have to change. I don't know what the solution is, but to have the overwhelming, sweeping uniformity that I think you're asking of.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Normal guy, where'd you go?
Yeah, I cut out for a second. I was.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But the problem I see is from a legal standpoint, because states are allowed to essentially implicate their own regulations for certain things. And so if we were to try to do the whole sweeping thing, there would be a million Supreme Court cases. And I think
what you said,
the federal regulation would ultimately be defeated. And I just wanted to give a personal touch on this. My uncle, he's a gun enthusiast, right? He still is. We went to his house. He had a gun safe. He even had in the gun safe, he even had like I forget what they're called, but they're like these hardcover things. You have to put like a code in or whatever to get the gun. My brother was able to get into the gun safe and get the gun. He thought it was a toy. Pointed it at my head. Right? Thank goodness it was not loaded.
Wow.
And so I just see all of these instances in which we see all of these horrible accidents with these kids using guns. And people say, well, that guy shouldn't have guns, or he wasn't following the rules. But there are too many instances where kids get a hold of guns, they injure themselves, or there's some sort of incident. So it's not just that individual person. There's this unwillingness to follow the rules, even if you did legally get the gun.
God bless you.
And my brother was taught gun safety as a result. Nate Horrell, or I don't know if I pronounced your name right, but it doesn't change the fact that that incident did occur.
Yeah, and how terrifying.
5, he was like 7. So, I mean, I don't know where you're going with that.
See,
but what?
Real quick, because boy. So what was he taught? Because
well, who cares? He had access to it, and he almost died.
My kids know the difference between a toy gun and a gun.
Okay, your 5-year-old and 10-year-old knows the difference. I don't agree with that. I maybe you might think that, but I don't agree with that.
Right. So
I have a 5-year-old, and I'm telling you, he wouldn't be able to tell.
Just to give you some more background, Amber, my brothers and I came from a very against
lights blinding me
guns household. We weren't allowed to play video games with guns. We were not allowed to watch any movies with guns. We were not allowed to use any toys. So no Super Soakers, no Nerf guns, or anything like that. But guess what kids still do? They still get into crap and think everything's a plaything or a toy, and they do things that they should not do. And that still happened. He knew better. And my parents kind of changed. They were still against guns, but they were like, okay, we need to teach our kids. They live in Texas. We need to teach them the importance of gun safety.
Okay,
That
see,
did happen. But this child who was never exposed to any gun violence or anything like that still went and got something he wasn't supposed to get and still used it and played with it.
now, do you think that he had interest in what that gun was because he was not taught or did not experience what type of damage guns do?
I think regardless of whether or not he was taught or not, that children tend to not do what they're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
There's no way that they can. I mean, we all took a psychology 101 class. I mean, the stages of cognitive development should reassure you that they're not able to ascertain prudent judgment. I mean, that they're just kids. And they don't always do what you think they're going to do, or say what you think they're going to say, or interpret things the way that you think they're going to interpret. They're too young to even understand. You know, I just think with the data that I've given you, and others here, should be enough to make you want to be an ally of our children not dying. So it's not really about you, Amber. It's not really about individual families. It's really about us as a society in our country. And if you look at the stats, we're not getting it here in America. Norway got it. Australia got it. Japan got it. The UK got it. But what did it take for them to enact these strict laws that made them do something about it? It took more mass shootings. I talked to somebody. I talked to somebody from Australia, and he told me, because I talk to people from all around the world here. That's why I love TikTok. And he said, like, when he hears about a mass shooting, like, other people in other countries are fascinated with America. I don't know why. But when they hear about another mass shooting, they're like numb to it. They're like, yeah, it's America. And I even have a TikTok video that I duetted with another person from another country making fun of us because it's happening so often.
But this is where the gray area for me comes in. As I said before, I don't know what the solution is. But in places like Japan, Australia, Norway, so forth, so on, there is no culture.
What?
With regards to the love of guns. Guns.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a country. You guys stop saying that Australia is dealing with a tyrannical government. Stop. I have talked to people from Australia. They are laughing at us. That's the media propaganda rhetoric that is just painting this period. Like Candace Owens, and she wants us to take our hardworking money and go to freaking Australia. What the hell? Okay, there's a pandemic going on. I have been sick for like 3 weeks. I'm tired of being sick. People are getting tired of being sick. I don't know why they think the vaccine is the only thing that can cure you, but there are countries that are, even Chicago now, they're getting pissed now. But it's going to be really laughable after people get the booster and people still get sick. I'm telling you, I'm going to be done. But at the end of the day, they're just doing what they feel like they can't. Listen, you can't force nothing in my arm. But I will definitely be more than happy to mask up and take the test. Okay, so why do you guys think Australia is being crazy? I've talked to people from Australia. They're fine. Norway was a very strict gun control laws. Yes, Norway is one example. They have a restriction that you have to have the gun mounted on the wall. Has to be a secured, approved combination and everything like that. So even that could help. You know, like at one point I thought your husband was just walking around the house with this gun on his hip. He did not do that. He's out and about. He's protecting himself. But even that's like dangerous. Even though, okay, listen, I understand that if there's like a mass shooter at a Walmart and your husband, I'm sorry, had his gun concealed, that he possibly could save lives. But I just don't see people with guns saving lives. In fact, Kyle Rittenhouse, prime example, people tried to stop a active shooter, whether you think he was guilty or not, from using his gun again. In fact, Anthony died. What's his name? Hoover. He died trying to get a gun from an active shooter.
Right.
So you guys aren't really doing nothing with your guns, is what I'm saying.
Right.
It ain't saving these kids' lives. It ain't saving your lives. It ain't saving these teenagers' lives. Whose lives is it saving?
The point that I was trying to make earlier is that with the different countries that you mentioned before that have the really strict gun laws, the reason I don't think they'd work in the U.S. is just because there's this strong gun culture. If you look at the birth of the United States, the birth of the Second Amendment, it was originally for fighting against the British, keeping them from invading your home, taking all of your resources, so forth, so on. You go to the 1800s and you see the idolization of, Western lifestyle, the whole cowboy thing, claim jumping, so forth, so on. In the 1960s, Westerns were the most popular format for movies.
Right.
So the average American loves the idea of guns and they love guns. So I think just a sweeping reform where it's excruciatingly strict will not be acceptable, and that even if we did have those rules, there would just be a vast majority of people who ignored it. And
exactly. And this is why I have a zero tolerance. I've been called an authoritarian, and I'm very left. I'm liberal. Because I don't want these kids to die anymore. What I'm saying as an American and as an African American, all right? And that's important because you have to understand that even in our country, we don't really trust the government, and we have no reason to. I mean, you don't have to go that far back to understand that even our government, the highest courts, were telling Black people that they would always be slaves. And I've been screaming to Black people saying, you need to get rid of your guns because they're not investing in our towns, and all these things. Nobody's listening. Everybody just wants to load up. At this point, I think we need authoritarian leaders. I don't care about your guns. I know I'm nobody, but I'm just saying my opinion is if I could vote, and I'm a full blown out Democrat, for somebody that's going to have no tolerance, like, Biden drafted 1994 crime bill banning assault rifles, AR-15s, and things of that nature. Even if we just start there, I mean, maybe our kids can go to concerts. I mean, the guns are not the only issues. At Ariana Grande's freaking concert, somebody got blown. It was like a freaking terrorist. Like, your gun ain't gonna save you then. People are bombing you. So I just think we have to be aggressively culturally together and say we are done. Just like racism. I was talking to my daughter. She's 14. She's biracial. She's like, Mom, I'm a Gen Z. Nobody even gives a damn about freaking race. Like, nobody in her grade. They have like no tolerance for it. They don't even like talking about it. Right. So I do believe racism is going to leave this country in like the next like 50 years. But we got to have no tolerance. No tolerance. My daughter goes to high school. She's in 9th grade. I got 3 more years worried about her losing her life. And let me tell you something. This school is a great school, and they now, once the door closes, it locks. I think that was great. If you coming in the morning or you're leaving, as soon as the door closes, automatically locks. If there's a shooter, you just don't open the door. They can't get in if you're not buzzed in. But guess what the kids do? And I watched them because I sat right in front of the door. And I'm gun control on TikTok. I'm just watching this stuff. They keep the door open and stampede through there. It's like crazy.
Right, because they don't want to get caught for being late for school.
Yeah. I was like, what's the point of this? I was so pissed in my car. But let me just tell you this. I think just for like a period of time, not indefinitely, we need to have a cultural sweeping and say enough is enough. That's my hashtag.
So,
pertaining to gun control.
Okay, let's just say we enforce all these strict laws. Everything goes as planned and everybody follows them, right? We have no guns, zero tolerance, all this stuff. And then we say, it's been 100 years, let's loosen up and let it all go. You don't want to fall back into the same habits?
No, because there would be such strict laws in place that it would be very difficult. Okay, so I'm getting my broker's license, right? And I'm like terrified of this test. Like I'm freaking terrified because I don't want to fail. Even though I just keep taking it till I pass it. But just having something like a test, like an aptitude test or something like that, would probably help people not get guns. There are so many people that are just like, nah. I don't want to sit down for freaking an hour and take a gun. What if getting a gun isn't only about just getting a gun, but knowing the test in order to get a gun? I haven't taken the. Do you guys have to take a test? I've never tried to get a gun. I don't want to get a gun. Can you tell
I know
me?
in California, where I live now, you have to go through a certain. I don't remember. It's CCW training, concealed carry weapon training. It's absolutely mandatory. I don't know about other states, but they go through all the requirements for where your clip is supposed to be, whether or not it can be loaded in your car, where your gun needs to be in your house, how you're supposed to hold it responsibly, how you're supposed
So
to
that's good.
exit a situation where you might have to use it.
That should be on there. But I think the data that I've been sharing today, pertaining to gun violence deaths, needs to be on there. And all the statistics pertaining to gun violence, I think it needs to be in there. So that there's a picture. I mean, even like a test with Sandy Hook kids, and like which school was this shot at, like so they get a visual. I think there has to be like like a 50 to 100, if you can, test on the history of the gun as well as the gun violence rates and the consequences on a lawful standpoint of what could happen to you if you misuse your gun. Okay, I would like to see things on the test. So if you're not mentally capable to take a test, that passes a what is it called, competency test. So that would really help with the mental illness, because if you're not competent enough to take a test and pass, then you don't get to get the gun. Sorry.
I disagree. There are plenty of people who have mental illness that would be able to ace.
Okay,
that
well,
test.
can they drive? Can mental
Yes,
illness people
absolutely.
drive? Okay. Well, when it's not okay, mental illness people can drive, but can alcoholics drive? That's more of a
Yes.
better question.
It's called
And if they
functional
do,
alcoholism.
yeah, well, guess what? They need to be caught. Okay.
I 100%
So, and they usually do. They will slip up.
Now, I don't disagree with, like, I think there should be a whole process if you want to own a gun.
That's what I'm saying.
Of,
Yeah.
like
Competence test. Thank you.
all that. But I don't think that taking guns away is going to solve anything.
Okay, but listen, and I don't know why it's not just you. It's like literally everybody continues to say that we're trying to ban the guns. I've already emphasized that the highest Supreme Courts, which who gives a dang, you guys should see what they've done to black people in the courts. It's ridiculous. If I couldn't even be with my fiance right now, I would go to jail at one point, in jail for being with a white man. But what I want to say is, I lost my train of thought. We just got to do more. And oh yeah, this is what I want to say. People always say, well, you want to ban guns. The highest courts in this country, which is the Supreme Court, deemed to banning guns, right? Because they hold our Constitution to a high level, unconstitutional. So I don't think banning of the guns is ever going to happen. So rest easy.
Right.
It's but
people that are that would happen.
right. So okay, so they can wish it all they want, but it's not going to be enforced. Okay, we live in a country that holds our Constitution to a high pedestal. We hold it to be true.
When they want
So the fact that people even talk about gun control and say like, well, the country's going to ban guns, no, they're not. I mean, black people have been free from slavery and chattel and property since 1865. Okay, and thank God for that thing. And we haven't been slaves technically since. We deal with systemic racism, but we haven't been slaves. All right, so thank God for our Constitution. It's so beautiful. If we don't touch it. But what we should do is restrict some guns. You don't need an AR-15. It's deathly scary. Okay, if you're not part of the gun culture, it's like, what the hell you need that for? Like the whole militia thing during the BLM, like that's freaking crazy. And I can tell you this, you got to be careful, because I do see the rise of black empowerment militias, like the Black Panthers, and they were outside of Ahmaud Arbery's case. I don't want nobody with guns like that. to be honest. I mean, they look more military like, which is great, but I don't want people walking around with guns with left or right points of views, okay? Because who knows, right? So I do think that restricting the gun and certain types of guns and keeping a limit on how many guns you can have and monitoring people with guns is very important. Now, as far as the illegal standpoint goes, I've made this a point to not live around the criminals. Just know where the felons are. They should be all registered. As soon as you're a felon, just like sex offenders, you should be able to see where they live and where they are. Kenneth Hinnant, a 5-year-old, beautiful young white young man, got shot in the head by a black guy. Yep, he's here nor there. But I'm just trying to tell you guys, got shot in the head. Yep, right in the front yard. And I have a 5-year-old. I can't imagine. So knowing where these felons are, if somebody's a repeat offender, you should be able to go on your laptop or phone and see where they are around you. If you see more than 8 dots, I would suggest not living in that radius, right?
May I counter your
yeah,
original?
Absolutely. Of course.
This is the one thing that I think should happen, and everyone in the comments and Amber, let me know what you think of this. I think that the first step that should be taken is that in any instance in which the owner of a gun mishandles or allows for their gun to be mishandled by a member of their household, that there is an inescapable penalty.
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree.
So how do we enforce that though? Because I don't mind going in their homes, and I don't mind them in my homes. So how do we enforce that if we don't see it?
Here's the thing.
Maybe we could put a sensory on it.
No, because sensors tend to not be reliable.
Yeah.
But the solution for that is first we look closely at what's going to happen to, I forget his name, Crumbly, that kid who shot up the high
From
school.
Matthew.
We look
not
closely at what the prosecution charges his parents with and how they handle that case, and then we look at what the opinion is that the judge renders and whether or not they're guilty, so forth, so on. We look at that. We look at what he evaluates. And we get precedent for that, and we use that as a source for generating language for these. And it has to go state by state, of course. It can't be federal, because if it's federal, then states can't be compelled, so forth, so on. Constitution.
Yeah, well,
So,
I also think that the laws pertaining to the gun laws should be across the board the same. You know, to have every town be different. Imagine you're visiting a town, and like if you go to Texas and they can like conceal to carry, like her husband's walking around now with a gun. No, I don't want you around.
I just don't think that that's realistic.
Okay.
Because
With the parents of Ethan raised him to think guns were a toy. Raised him to think that guns were fun to have, and they encouraged him to have guns. They purchased the gun for him. They encouraged it. It was a thing. I don't value that type of teaching when it comes to guns. Now, Ethan is being charged as an adult. He is actually currently in OC or jail right now, awaiting. They postponed the I remember what exactly they called the pre-exemplary something, and him and his are going to be in front of the judge. Him and his parents in February for their next. They postponed them due to all the investigations that are taking place and the fact that the holidays were around the corner. His parents are both being charged separately on 4 counts of manslaughter. He is being charged on multiple accounts, and I don't see his parents are being held on a bond of $500,000. The judge has refused to lower that bond at the request of his parents' defense attorneys. So in the state, it's going to take stuff like that very seriously. And there have also been numerous children that have been charged because of the threats they made on their schools. There are 2 9-year-old students that made a dead or alive list that have been charged now.
Good.
That I agree. We need to educate children, teach children at a young age that there are consequences to their actions, so we don't see this type of stuff take place. And that's why I'm strong on teaching and education.
I love that. I love that.
When I was growing up, I was told, if you take this gun and you do some stupid shit with it, you're going to prison, and nobody in this is going to bail you out. Nobody in this family is going to help you. We're going to laugh in your face, and we're going to let you sit there, and we're never going to visit you. And as a child, I'm like, okay, like, that's scary to think that I'm going to be locked up in prison for the rest of my life and they don't see me because they find me stupid.
Right.
And
I agree with you 100%. And I love when you got passionate about that because I get to sit down because it's exactly something I would say. I've been doing this for 5 hours. Okay. So I love that you did. I hope you don't mind. Can I share this on YouTube if they let me? They've been censoring me lately. It sucks. But I just don't think the only thing I can say and implement into what you just said is that I don't think that they need a gun to be educated on the gun.
I never said they needed a gun to be educated on.
Okay. I just wanted to implement that in your
guns
statement.
In some basic knowledge of a gun, and basic knowledge of the consequences that can come if you use a gun in a wrongful way needs to be taught to everybody.
Okay.
And that you don't have to shoot a gun to know that if you take this gun and kill somebody with it, you're going to get locked up.
Right.
You know,
Amber, let me just talk about this because I probably have to go to bed soon. My fiance works at a prison. He's got to be there early in the morning. He knows I do this. So I just want to make this one statement. And I hope that you guys, what I love about this is that the fact that you guys care. That's pretty amazing. I like the passion behind it, but I just wish there was more logical people like you, Amber, and like you, Normal Guy, that are willing to have these conversations in order, because you don't know how many people you're getting to open their minds. I mean, right now I only have 37 people here, but you come in the morning. But I love that we're talking about it, and that's what I'm doing here, and that's what you guys are doing here. You guys are we're getting the conversation going, because by not talking about it, nothing's being done. Right. So I really think that's the root of it, is to find out what the issues are. And we can't really figure out what the issues are if we don't talk to each other. And then creating these communities where we have respect for each other, and then hopefully getting to a standpoint to where we can actually do something about it. And that's what I want to do here with my platform, is to get to a level. I'm almost at 100,000. It's just taking me forever. I don't know. I need to do some more TikTok dances. But as soon as I can get to a level where people recognize me and you guys for what we're doing, then maybe we can get like somebody with money to invest in these educational programs. And then you could do that at home, in your neighborhood, and I can do it in my neighborhood and educate these kids wherever we elect to go. Okay, but I want to talk about this because my people get very upset with me, and you don't have to be Black to have this conversation. But I have made a point to care about Black communities because I think they're disproportionately policed, and Black men are dying, and we know that disproportionately. And then the homicidal rates are plaguing our communities. And I want to invest in these communities. And nobody's going to invest in these communities if they're deemed undesirable or unsafe. So I just want to give you guys this information. Gun violence affects all children, but children of color, boys, and older youth are the greatest risk. I didn't say that, but for some reason, when I say that, people get pissed. I'm only going by what I read. Black children and teens had the highest gun death rates in 2019, 11.9 per 100,000, followed by American Indian, Native, and Alaskan Native children and teens, 6.4 per 100,000. Although Black children and teens made up only 14% of all children and teens in 2019, they account for 43% of child and teen gun deaths. How is that even possible? Okay, 86% of children and teens who died from gunfire in 2019 were boys. So I'm just telling you guys where I get my information from. Gun violence is plaguing boys, men, and most importantly, Black men. Boys were 6 times more likely than girls to die in gun homicides. So like I said, women aren't really the problem. Girls aren't really the problem. It's really these dudes. Black boys specifically were 18 times more likely to be killed in gun homicides than white boys. Why is that? 85% of child and teen gun deaths occurred among 15 to 19-year-olds. So age range has a lot to do with it too, according to this article, which is childrensdefense.org. But infants and toddlers are far from being immune. Are you telling me infants die from gun violence? Yes. Guns killed more preschoolers than law enforcement officers in the line of duty. In 2019, 86 children under 5 were killed with guns compared with 51 law enforcement officers in the line of duty. So while you guys are screaming Blue Lives Matter, I think you guys should be saying Children's Lives Matter too. That's what I want to say. No child is safe in a nation with easy access to deadly weapons. Even before the pandemic drove up fear in gun sales, there were too many firearms in our homes and streets. So the pandemic, are you telling me that people bought more guns in a country that has more guns than people because of the pandemic? Yeah, that's a problem. And a shocking number were sold without background checks. So loose gun laws. So when you guys are saying that you're law-abiding citizens, well, how do I know that? Because the background checks are being distributed very loosely. And I can keep going on and on. 393 million firearms. Of the 2017, American civilians own 393 million firearms. Why do you need that many guns? I just did this with my fiance. And I'm from originally Hawaii. I live in Connecticut. And we was doing some trivia thing. And I thought there was like 1 million people in Hawaii because it's so overpopulated on the island. And I realized there's only 300,000. 393 million firearms. That's more people in Hawaii. That's a lot of people.
Well,
that's a lot of guns.
You have to remember this key fact. If the world is, and just stay with me on this, if the world is the Marvel universe, the United States is Tony Stark in Iron Man 1. I don't know if you've ever seen Iron Man, but Tony Stark is like this huge weapons dealer. The United States arms the vast majority of the world as well. So this is why I was saying a lot of the things you're proposing are just going to be unrealistic because guns equal money for the U.S. as well. It's not just culture; it's also GDP.
Right. Money is an issue in this country. Capitalization is an issue in this country. And the mere fact that the NRA isn't slowing down their production is an issue. I really would like to know the exploitation involved in gun creations. I'm sure it's happening. Just statistically, that's just what happens when people come up. Did you want to say something, Amber?
So I'm all about protecting the children, right?
Yeah.
And I think what we need to focus on isn't just how many children are dying at the hands of a gun. But according to the FBI website, in 2019, infants, meaning newborn to age 154 infants were murdered. Doesn't matter how they were murdered. They were murdered. They were killed at the hands of another human being. Ages 1 to 4, 210 were murdered. Ages 5 to 8, 116 were murdered. Ages 9 to 12, 87 were murdered. 13 to 16, 307 were murdered. We need to focus on why these children are being murdered at the hands of somebody else, not just about the fact that there's children being killed by guns. There's children being murdered.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And we need to protect all children.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
and my only argument is if these guns were protecting these kids, then I'd be all for guns. But they're
most
not.
of these murders did not take place by guns.
But they are
Matthew
though.
Luciano, that's still too many. Even
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
It's
still too many. Deflecting the mere fact that, okay, so you make a great point, and I'm a fighter for these kids. The fact that these kids are being murdered is horrible. I can't imagine. Maybe they're in foster homes. Maybe they're with parents that do abuse, things like that. But you can't negate the fact that there's a large portion of those kids being killed by guns.
They're being killed by
Yeah, well, but people die. But the problem is homicide via the gun in this country. I mean, it's just like prevalent. You know, I don't care how kids. If the kids are dying, and I knew that a tool was being used to execute them, I want to get rid of that issue. And I think tackling our guns, our mental illness, is a way to do it. Felons with guns, people that abuse their children, social workers need to load up. They don't get paid enough. We're living in a country where people pay thousands and thousands of dollars, where football players are making millions of dollars throwing a ball around that's completely manipulated. I mean, I love football, but sometimes I watch football and I'm like, this looks so planned. Like, they know what they're doing. Instead of paying our teachers, like, I think our country has got it really messed up. Like, our tax-paying money, which is why I try to convince mostly black people to start being homeowners if you can. And all these excuses like you can't get. Yes, you can. Yes, you can be a homeowner, because that tax money that you're paying, maybe you'll care about where it goes. Is what I'm saying. And that money should be going into teachers' hands, into social workers' hands, psychiatrists' hands, because those are the issues in our country. People are not educated, okay, on a level to where they can keep up with the data. You know, I mean, I even struggle sometimes. I went to Hawaii education. I looked at the graph the other day. I was like, oh God, I have to really try. So educating these kids is imperative. I would love to have a program. I'm actually a public speaker somewhat. I've done some. I'm trying to get better. So I volunteered to speak. But you got to know where you're speaking. I'll tell you, I'm so embarrassed. But I would love to go to high schools and say, hi, I'm Andrea from the Andrea Show on TikTok, and I'm here to talk to you guys about guns. Are you ready? and teach these kids and show them pictures of little black boys, little white boys, and tell them that it doesn't matter what race you are. You're dying. These kids. And these kids are going to get mad at their parents. I remember my mom, off topic, was smoking cigarettes, and they told her like she's going to have like a huge lung problem. She could die if she smoked. Me and my sisters would hide my mom's Benson 100s. We would break them. And we didn't care about her trying to whip us. We wanted our mom to live. We wouldn't let her smoke. And she still doesn't smoke to this day. So we got to get these kids knowing how dangerous the guns are, what they're doing, so that the kids have no tolerance for their parents being reckless with their guns.
Right, and but a lot of gun owners say educate.
Yeah, but educate, but still not physically do anything. I am a person that is well rehearsed in the data, and education is already available, and people are still dying. Children are still dying every 2 hours. It's not enough, unfortunately, right now, to just educate. It's not enough. Since I've been doing this, 4 kids have died tonight since I've been on the subject. I want to make it so that kids feel safe in this country, and I believe that kids will be safe without guns. That's just where I stand on that, and I don't see that changing. I live my life gun free, and I'm only scared about your guys' guns getting in the wrong hands. And listen, in a beautiful utopic world and the gun culture, I'm pretty sure you guys would love nothing better than to freaking shoot the hay, no pun intended. But we're not there yet. Our country is out of control.
Well, and that goes back to responsible gun owners, and then there's not. And I agree with laws and making it stricter to get guns, and I do support that. But ultimately, people with the wrong mindset are still going to get their hands on guns.
Well, I would make it so that they can.
But
you see, I just don't have a tolerance for it. So more people like me that have zero tolerance for it being in control over townships. So real estate moment. In every town that you live in, there's 36 blocks, 36 squares. And number 16, this is on the test, is always a school. Okay? I believe that people like you and I, you could be a gun owner or whatever, but that care about our community should be in charge of the 36 block township, right? And in that block, there is an association created that creates these laws that will either be strict or not strict. It's up to you. It's your town. In my town, I would have no tolerance for it. I would have surveillances everywhere. I'd have a cop scheduled. I would have a hiring of cops, recruiters everywhere, civilian as well. I don't think that first responders need a gun. I don't think that civilians need a gun. Second responders, like as far as ranking goes, could have a gun. I was just like, schools are gun free anyway. You should have your guns. But the mere fact that there's people that are registered gun owners near these schools in these gun free zones, I would have a very close, tight monitoring on them. If you want to live a life without the monitoring, get rid of your freaking gun. It's too close to a gun free zone school. So I mean, you couldn't get past me. If your kid even hiccups the wrong way, you got to get rid of your gun, or your kid can't go to school. Sorry, in my school where my kids go, I have no tolerance for it. I don't want your kid to die. I don't want my kid to die. And too many people are being loose with their guns. Okay, I don't know what your issues are or whatever. Listen, if something happens to you and your fiance, 57 women die a day because of a partnership, intimate partnership deaths. Listen, that's on you. But I care about these kids more so than anything. Mass shootings are an issue in this country. What are we going to do about it? Education? You think that's going to stop a kid from getting the gun from his parent? Freaking, what's that kid from Sandy Hook? He freaking shot his mom. She died before he shot those kids. You know, we just got to be more stricter. You know, I keep saying this. We got to treat America like a child, okay? They've been bad for a long time. They need a timeout on the guns.
Now,
when you guys can be good with your guns and the gun rates go down, then I'll give you your gun. So that's just my thoughts.
You know, we can try to take all the guns away. We can make it hard. There's always going to be people out there without guns. I think we can't.
And you know what? You know what's going to happen? If I can help it, right? But you're not including the strict gun reforms. Okay, go ahead.
We can. We can't just focus on one solution.
Can't? I don't use the word can't.
Hear me out, okay?
Yeah, but what I can't do is say can't and never.
Okay, well I can. So
because that's really you can't, like, I can't follow that.
Okay, hear me out. Okay. You know, we can't focus on, we can make stricter gun laws, but if we don't focus on gun laws and the mental capacity of people that are owning guns, and we don't focus on all the issues and try to solve more than just one thing at a time, it's not going to do anything. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, you can't kill me if you don't have a gun, but you could be crazy as hell without one.
Multiple solutions in order to fix the multiple issues.
Right, exactly.
Gun violence.
You're right. But my thing is, because, okay, so one thing I saw when my daughter went to the hospital for her autoimmune thing, on the wall, it had like the pandemic numbers. And when I realized that when the pandemic numbers are going high, our governor, Ned Lamont, likes to come on the TV and tell us that we are now mandated to wear masks again. We didn't have to wear the mask. Now we have to wear the mask. Okay. And then in Chicago, they're being even more stricter, and they're deciding to mandate everybody to get the vaccine. They don't care. If you don't like it, it's funny because they have you got their guns under control, then you could leave. Right. Don't you understand? If there's an issue, there's got to be more of enforcement. You understand?
I agree with that. And I have said that. But, you know, focusing on one issue.
People are still going to die from COVID, but...
of it. You know, if we focus on just the law aspect, we also need to focus on the other aspects that are playing a role in the increased gun violence.
Okay, I agree. Playing a role in decreasing gun violence, yes. But check this out. It's a culture thing. It's an American stupid culture thing that we're all a part of. I can't stand it. Somebody said, well, get out of this country. I would love to. I'd love to just freaking go to Japan. Japan is freaking lit.
Japan's expensive.
I speak Japanese not fluently. I would love to. Culturally, they're just like so. They have like a respect for each other on a societal level. The Americans, because we deal with racism, because we deal with like capitalism.
They are very nationalist and anti-foreigner right now.
I haven't seen that. I'm from Hawaii, so I grew up around them. They're like the sweetest people ever.
I have a son who's in
Koi.
He works he's in the Marines, and they are very anti-foreigner. There are restaurants he can't go to. He can't even buy at different Japan is very nationalist right now.
Okay, but so was our country last year. So Muslim
I'm just making a statement.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, no, I get it, but like, I've been around the culture a majority of my life, and I just don't see that. Hawaii is a little mini Japan, to be honest. They're very sweet. They say excuse me when they pass by you, but don't say it twice. There's a sense of respect that they give each other. That's like, now if you want to talk about nationalism, like, okay, so I'm just talking about Japanese. So the people, like, so I'm talking about American versus Japanese. If they don't want you, an American, to come there and do what they get, that's different. But I'm saying just like culturally, internally, there's a sense of respect. But check this out. Americans accounted for less than 5% of the global population. We're sitting here thinking we're the biggest country, most people. 5% of the world's population. So we're minorities. Americans are minorities, but owned nearly half, which is 46% of all civilian guns in the world. Don't you think that's a little excessive? I mean, that's like talking about the black on black crime thing. 13% of the population. What did we read today? 46% of the homicides or something like that. That's great. How's that even possible? It's like insane. There's more guns here than freaking people, is what I keep telling you guys. In 2017, American civilians owned 393. We already did that. Nearly 1 in 5 guns are sold without a background check due to a loophole in federal law exempting sales at gun shows, online, or between private individuals. Don't you think we could change that?
See, now that's not in every state, because in my state, doesn't matter.
Okay.
You gotta follow the laws.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You gotta go back no matter what.
Some states.
Okay. Right, so that's why I said that having the laws the same across the board would fix some issues. And people could get mad. You can get mad all you want, but I don't care about these children. A third of households with children have a gun, and nearly half of the gun owning households with children, not all of them, half of them, do not store all of their firearms safely. So that's the whole checking thing that I was talking about, where if you are a registered gun owner, an association would be allowed to knock on your door and, we'll give you a heads up, but we're not going to tell you when we're coming. Because if you are not storing your firearm safely, then I believe that your gun privileges should be confiscated immediately.
So ultimately, you're okay with taking away Americans' right to privacy.
What I'm telling you is, this country is never going to get rid of the Constitution 2A. It's not going to happen. But what I'm saying is, if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, the Constitution does not include the mental ill and felons, okay? And following the law, you have to lock up your guns in your home. If they're not, you don't get your gun. Okay, maybe you got to take another class. That's what I would tell you. I can see myself doing that too. Just go in the house, be like, nope. I mean, I would be walking in there with the police because, I'm not going to go in there. I don't have any guns. But I want to use the authorities to come with me to escort me to go to this house. And I'm going to see. You're not going to know I'm coming. I'm going to knock. And if you're not doing, what you're supposed to do with the guns, like storing it, then you're not a law-abiding citizen.
That feels like it would have a constitutional challenge that it wouldn't be able to pass.
Well, you'd have to approve it. In order to have your gun, I would make you approve it. I'd mandate it. You can't have your gun unless you don't.
Would probably be stricken down by the
Right.
Supreme Court because
that's a problem with the Supreme Court.
Commerce.
Listen, the Supreme Court has not always known the right things to say or do. There was a trial that I was thinking of. The Supreme Court hasn't always made the most supreme decisions, if you know what I'm saying. It's up to the people, right? The Supreme Court, I'm not talking about the Supreme Court, I'm talking about the town authorities, right? It's up to us to make sure that we're not making excuses and we're doing everything possible. How proud would you be as an American knowing that in the past 5 years since they shopped you, your gun has always been locked? And in the 5 years since they shopped you, you have never been a part of gun violence or been arrested pertaining to the gun. You are a law-abiding citizen. You can prove it. In fact, I'll send you a letter and say thank you so much for being a law-abiding citizen.
It plays into the privacy.
No, we don't get the right to have privacy in this country. I'm sorry.
But that right,
5%.
That is correct. I guarantee you 100% in the Supreme Court, that right would be protected.
Yeah, but I don't think the right should go to the Supreme Court. The right should be at the state level.
But it would.
So
if it did,
if you implemented that law, it would get challenged and then challenged.
Okay, who's challenging it?
A citizen who's impacted by.
Well, I hope we got some money.
I
hope we got some money.
They can find.
Have you seen anybody pro bono win against the Supreme Court? Listen, and I would challenge you. Listen, I want to go back to law school. I hope my broker's business does very well. I can't wait to go back to law school and just be a part of this on more of a legal standpoint. Listen, you could sit here and make excuses, but it's not saving kids' lives.
It's not.
It's not saying my privacy. Who cares about your privacy? I don't care about your privacy. I don't care about my privacy.
Privacy.
Well, why? Because you're probably doing something. Listen, the only people that care about people in their life are people that freaking are probably doing something they're not supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like, you're telling me that you would care if somebody shopped you? You said that you're a law-abiding citizen. You said that you don't break the law. So why would you care if I'm assuring that if you are abiding by the law, that the 1 out of 3 homes near you are doing the same thing? It's not about you. It's about us. So 1 out of 3 homes is a family that is not locking their gun up securely. So do you know what that means? That somebody could get drunk and be doing something with their gun. Your kids are in the front yard and they can take out your children or take out you. You're telling me every neighbor, every person that you live around is a friendly Samaritan? Not always. So it's really not about you. If you are a pro-gun, and this is my last standpoint, and then I'll let you guys close out, is if you are a gun control enthusiast, which I learned from, I think, our friend the normal guy, then you should be pro gun control because our friend the normal guy, then you should be pro gun control because you care about humanity and the safety of all of us, not just yourself. That's it.
Amber, please go first.
So, most pro-gun owners are pro-gun safety. And that doesn't make us any, like, wanting to have my privacy doesn't make me a criminal. I don't want somebody to just be walking up into my house like, let me search your house, let me do this, let me do, like, this is my home, my privacy. You know what I mean? Just because I want my privacy doesn't mean that I'm all of a sudden breaking the laws in my house. I have nothing to hide, but that doesn't defeat the fact that I have a right to privacy, and I don't need random strangers coming up into my home, hitting my kids at risk.
All I wanted to say was just from a legal perspective, the right to privacy would be preserved. And also, I don't think your proposition or the law that you proposed would survive an interstate commerce argument. That's just the way that law works. And that's the way it goes. I think when talking about gun control, we do have to be realistic, and the measures that we adapt have to be appropriate to who the constituent is. In the United States of America, a sweeping law like that just will not work. You will have complete anarchy. It will not work. And also, it wouldn't be enforced. You would actually have law enforcement refusing to enforce the law because XYZ. A primary example of this can actually be seen in Los Angeles, where I live now, where it's mayhem, because the sheriff, Alex Villanueva, and the current DA are butting heads on whether or not criminals should be prosecuted, the issues with bail, so forth, so on. So there are so many facets and so many check boxes that just would not be checked if we had some sweeping reform where there's an agency that can just unannounced knock on someone's door and look at how someone's storing their gun.
So what you're asking is for society to trust a society who's never been who doesn't have the right to be trusted. Okay, I don't have a gun. I'm not a part of this gun violence bullcrap that I keep reading about. I want nothing to do with it.
It's not about trust.
So if you have a gun in this country, you're part of it. So you guys should be the one to fix it. I'd rather move on with my life and talk about systemic racism, because no matter how successful I am in this country, I'm still be considered a black woman. And it's very hard to break through to trying to be successful as a minority. It's horrible. Take my experience, man. I'm the only black person in my whole agency. And it's like I deal with stuff that they don't deal with. It's like, God dang it. Why am I in Bridgeport? You know what I'm saying? Why am I not in Greenwich or Fairfield County, where the market price of the houses are 3 times more? So I have to work 10 times harder because they don't want to go to freaking Bridgeport. They don't want to go to these neighborhoods that are predominantly black. And if I knock on a white person's door, the first thing they see is me. Some black chick knocking on their door. And that's just what it is. I mean, even my in-laws think that. So, we can't really tackle all these other things if nobody's willing to do anything or change anything to fix it. Yes, I understand that I have a more of aggressive approach because I'm sick and tired of people dying because of guns. Because it literally breaks my heart. I'm 36 years old. I'm probably going to live to like 67, to be honest. I lived it up in my 20s. But in my lifetime, I would like to see a country where that numbers go down. If I die at my 67, I think I'd probably say, what's the gun violence rates? Because anything under $40,000, right now, 40,000, over 40,000 people have died in this country, and that seems to be a trend. I mean, if I could see that number around 15, that'd be great. Shit, I'll take 20. But it's not going to change if you guys don't want to. Nobody wants to. Black people don't want to stop killing each other. And in politics, on the left and right, that's an argument. You think I made that up? People like Candace Owens and people on Fox Network love talking about Chicago and black on black crime. And black people tell me, well, there is no such thing. And actually, I've seen a lot of black people be pro-gun. Well, you want to disarm us? Well, we weren't armed when we were slaves, and we haven't retaliated. I just don't see the need for the gun. And then we have white people being plagued with suicidal rates and being plagued with their children dying. I've said this before. White people should be pissed. One black kid died freaking years ago, Tamari Rice, for wearing a hoodie. And we've been marching ever since. Ask yourself this, how many white kids died from gun violence just this year? No marching for them. No hashtag for them. Hell, they're not even part of the BLM. They are forgotten the minute they're shot. Maybe 24 hours, people cry about it, send condolences and thoughts. It's not enough. These beautiful freaking kids, and they're mostly white, in good schools, in good neighborhoods, with good parents that trusted society. And their kids are dead. One beautiful girl died at Michigan, at Oxford High School. She had the beautiful hair. One girl was like 14 years old. I have a 14-year-old daughter. She's just now becoming a woman. It's like happening. Imagine just being shot at lunchtime. And your guys' solution is what? I can't go to your house. You guys don't want me there. You guys want me to educate where? And where am I getting this money from? Which is what I'm trying to do here on TikTok, is trying to, I'm hoping one of my videos go viral and I can be on some type of Ellen show. But honestly, an asteroid's probably headed towards the Earth May 22nd. I don't know what's going on TikTok. They're talking about us all dying in May. So I'm hoping I can get to a level where I can get funded to fund these programs. But what I find conflicting is that nobody wants to do anything about it. Nothing. Not a freaking thing. I know that was my last. This conversation is never going to end. But if it is what it is. Nobody wants to change.
Okay, let me, oh, you say nobody wants to.
Nope.
But
not nobody.
I think that people want to. I think people want to see kids getting shot. They don't want to see kids getting shot. They don't want to see their neighbors shot. They don't want to see them harmed. They don't want to see any. The problem is we need to have talking sessions. We need to communicate. We need to figure out a way to, I understand that everybody's going to be happy with the solution that comes up, but we need to find a that is going to be a solution for all aspects of one topic, not just one aspect of this topic, and then we'll figure out the other 10 aspects tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, we need to have these conversations. People want to do better from what, but there's a lot more to it than just
right. And I get that. But what are we going to do until then? So time is of the essence in my business. Okay. Time is of the essence. Every 2 hours and 38 minutes, a child dies. There's not enough time to do these programs and do all this freaking fluffy stuff you guys want to do. In order to save a kid's life, I would jump in front of them and in front of the bullet. I've lived my life. I'm 36 years old, but if I could preserve a child's life, and I have kids, as I think, like, what if that's my kid? I want another parent to jump in front of them. I want to stop these bullets from entering the bodies of our children. White don't matter. Black don't matter. It don't matter. Even women. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. Even women. In order to stop the violence, we got to get to the criminals. But what you guys don't understand is I can't tell, or we can't tell, where they are, because people aren't moving that aren't criminals, that live in these. The best way to be a criminal is to not look like one.
Right.
So how can we tell if people that are in these underfunded communities where mostly criminals are, because although they're over policed, the police officers don't care as much. They clearly don't. So that's why I said we need to move out of these. If there is an X amount of gun violence going on in your neighborhood, get your kids out of there. And I want to be able to help out if you can't. I'm not in that position right now, but I am on my way to help. That's what I want to do. My dream is to help people move away from these criminals, away from these underfunded, disenfranchised areas, and to make people like Amber feel safe without a gun. I believe that she can live a wonderful life wherever she is without a gun.
Without a gun.
What?
I never said I didn't feel safe without a gun. I feel perfectly safe. I've gone to Detroit many of times where there's high crime down there, and I don't.
Right, but I'm talking about in your house specifically.
I just told you, I go down to Detroit where there's high crimes, and I feel just safe, fine, without a gun.
Right. And I have to say this. I love your politics pertaining to the gun. I just feel like I want you to be a little bit more aggressive because I am a person that I'm done. Aren't you guys done? When is the next right?
The problem with being overly aggressive with your approach specifically, let's say in a vacuum of a world, somehow the laws that you propose get enacted. I 100% guarantee that at the local level, if a citizen brings it to court, it'll be shut down. So then you'll go to all the state levels.
Well, that's assuming though. And you're probably right. California reenacted their freaking AR-15 stuff. It's ridiculous.
What will happen is, what I'm trying to explain is, what will happen is, when you're overly aggressive and you have a law that's unconstitutional, and it goes all the way to that Supreme Court, when they strike it down, that's it. You're done.
Okay, so that's an American issue. That's an American issue. That's a culture issue on American standpoint level. I hope you guys come back. I found talking to you two specifically was more constructive than I've had in a long time. I have been here doing this for so long. It's crazy. So take it from me. I commend you guys. I actually really enjoy this. It's almost 2:00 in the morning. But do me a favor, look up other countries if you can, if you want to be a part of this.
I've done research. A lot of the sites
you have.
reading off
I
of,
did like that you looked at some. What's going on?
a lot of the sites that you were reading off of, as you were reading it off the website, I knew exactly what site you were on because I've read the site.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah,
So-
and I saw you researching, but I what I'm saying specifically, research Japan, UK, Norway, and
I've done all.
okay, so because what you'll find is that they have substantially lowered their gun violence deaths.
But what I found is that what works for them is not.
Yeah, but see, okay, but then that's the issue. It's us, it's our culture, and it's not only pertaining to the gun. It's also pertaining to racism in this country. We don't want to change. We don't want to do things different. And it's just sick. It's just generation after generation doing the same thing, thinking we're going to get a different result. One thing that I've seen, and if you looked at those articles, which you say you have, is that there comes a point in other countries where they get tired of people dying, and they, like in UK, in Dublin's Dublin massacre, 16 children died, and there's a reason why. They didn't just have like zero tolerance, like devastating stories were happening, and they said no more.
Now, have you looked in those same countries where they have very strict gun laws, right? And their gun violence is down. Have you looked at what violence has increased in those same countries?
I don't care, because that's called deflection, unfortunately. That's deflection.
It just means
that's derailing the issues in this country. The issues in this country is not knives, and if we get to the knives, then we'll go there next. If Americans cannot be nonviolent, then yeah, I think that those right. I'm sorry, I froze. If Americans cannot control themselves, then it should trickle down.
Okay.
But why even talk about knives when guns are the issue? You know, because it's like a slippery slope. Then we're gonna talk about forks and da. Right now, the issue in America is guns. It's not knives. And guess what? Every person who has a gun could choose a knife.
Okay,
They don't.
For you. How are you going to stop the 3D printing of guns?
Well, you ban it. Just like you ban it. You make it completely illegal. You get FBI detectives and people to be able to rat people out. Hotlines. I think like people say they don't like snitching, but TK69, whatever his name is, he's the biggest snitch in the freaking world. We need to make sure that people can get some type of incentive for ratting people out. If I can get $10,000 right now, I'll be looking for them. I'll be the bounty hunter of guns printing. I'm telling you right now. All right, you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. This is a great conversation. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna try to post it on my YouTube channel and bits of it that I feel like. I love when you got passionate. I love when you talked about statistics. I'll try to post it when I can. I'm trying to get the word out. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow.